mojo, Charlie, where the boys dey.
Q Bruce Cruise, 2 screws loose. They like crack shit, why no catch? Who do you think you are? Your phone all be smart, Google dude, me at your ex and your boo boo too. Charlie, let's face it, most of these new rappers, they know they say they basic.
Well, good evening to all our viewers, and I'm glad to be back on your screens once again with some more weekend FIFA action. This time around, it's a special weekend FIFA action, and happy Father's Day to all our dads out there, and well, some of the gamers out there also being that happy Father's Day. This time around, we are going to be able to celebrate you in a different kind of way. You not see us in our rooms and then yell at us, but this time around, when we are playing the game, we'll tell you, Dad, I'm going to play the game to win something for you. So it's a glorious occasion, and I'm glad to be your host, Slimo, and I'll be partnered by Ice Code.
Of course. The reason why I'm Ice Code is because I'm very wicked, and so it's interesting that we are playing for our dads. But you know, you can also say that to those you own in FIFA, in 2K, in every other game, you are their dads. Really, so they can call you father. To wish you a happy Father's Day. So this is just for the bragging rights of being the father and also winning for your dad. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Thank you so much for being a part. To our sponsors and to those who made this possible. Esports Africa Tournament, Esports Africa News, Jake's Game City, that's GGC, and Arena 233, who are providing the space for us. Are coming to you live from their space. And yeah, Sly, I'm actually looking forward to the matchups that we have going on today.
And we really have a host of really, really good gamers in the country. So let's expect some quality FIFA action from these guys. They are guys you know all around the gaming scene. So we'll be introducing them to you shortly as we're heading into our fixtures. Well, it's only 10 players who are playing today as well. We've got 2 groups, Group A and then Group B. Two of each are going to qualify from both of the groups. So exciting prospect coming up very, very soon. But just the idea of playing for your dad and then the concept you just brought up that you are owning, you've been owning some players,
of course.
And then they can also
I make sure that every time someone loses against me, they understand that I'm now their father, so they should call me daddy. So I mean that is what the concept is. So you win for dad, but you're also making sure that whoever you win against becomes your son, inadvertently.
Interesting there from Ice Code. That concept just makes things much more competitive now, because whilst you are playing the tournament and your supposed dad is around, I'm sure he'll be looking out for you.
Of course.
But that is what the FIFA esports scene is all about, competitiveness, and we are here to be competitive today and play for that tournament. And these guys, I'm sure, will be battling out, bringing their A games out to see who can carry the day and then find something for his or her dad, and we'll see how that pans out. I've already identified some top players, and I want to start with you. Who do you actually think might just win it all from just the look of things?
I mean, in terms of form, if Prince Jonas was playing, I would have said Prince Jonas. Big Ups has had a very good run. Getting to the latter part of last year, but he kind of gypped, entering into this year. But I'm looking out for him to see what he's going to do this year. And a few other people who might surprise us. You have OG Drizzy in there, you have Marin in there. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing what this tournament is going to bring up.
Well, already some big names have been highlighted out by Ice Code. You'll see more of them very, very shortly, but we'll take a break, and when we are back, we'll bring you the FIFA action from Arena 233. It's the play for that tournament. Stick and stay with us. There's more action coming.
Actually went for that.
sort of. And the gamers are ready. We are ready to bring you the FIFA action from the players who are going to be playing for their dads today. And our first game is going to be between Donai and OG Drizzy. I think we have some history here. They know themselves so well. Yeah. They are friends actually, and playing your friend to win for your dad seems kind of weird, but that is what FIFA is all about. What do you think, Ice Code?
I think obviously given the community that we have in Ghana, it's going to be like this for most of the tournaments. But with the special occasion of having to play for the opportunity to win for your dad, it makes it all the more interesting. So I'm looking forward to the matchup. I am kind of leaning towards Oasis winning this one, but you never know. There might be a bit of a surprise when it comes to FIFA, obviously. So let's get into the stream, let's get into the match and see how it comes out.
Well, they know each other so well. I'm expecting a mirror image for both of these guys. We'll see how that pans out in a bit. But it's just interesting to know that you could be friends, but you could still compete at a high level. That is what FIFA is all about.
I don't mind if you're my friend or my father or my...
You don't want to classify it as friends.
No.
I understand.
Once we get into the game, you're not my friend. You're no longer my friend. Once we come out of the game...
We are competitors all of a sudden. We are enemies all of a sudden.
That's why the name is Ice Cold. No emotions, nothing. Yes. And I can see the traits in some of the FIFA players, in some of the competitors that we have today. Because once they get into the game, no emotions, no smiling, nothing at all. And that is what FIFA is about.
Well, straight up action from the guys, and we're already into action. Paris Saint-Germain for both of these guys, and as we've been seeing, like 90% of the time, Paris Saint-Germain on this game is just so good. But it is OG Drizzy going up against Donai. Interesting matchup as I've already highlighted. They know themselves so well, and you're expecting. I know your game, but I've got something up my sleeve, and that's what I'm expecting from one of these guys actually. And OG Drizzy kind of has the upper hand because in the last tournament, a Rep Your Jersey tournament, he kind of carried the day. So he's fuming with confidence at the moment, but just don't write out Donai yet. And he's on the ball now with Kylian Mbappe, trying to find some space. And with how the flow of the game has already started in about 10 minutes, you could tell they know what each other is doing. And I'm expecting some KG stats, but I'm sure it's spring into life once someone gets a goal.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the kind of defense that both of them are playing, they're not allowing the opponents to get into the box. They're just playing it opening it up and playing the game on.
Well, that is how it is going to be. If I know your gameplay, that's how it's actually going to be now. Achraf Hakimi for OG Drizzy at this moment. Into Neymar and Sergio Ramos once more, always in that defensive midfield role for these pro gamers. I actually asked a lot of these guys why they constantly play Sergio Ramos in that defensive midfield role, and there's only one word they use for me: the breaker of lines. His interceptions are so crucial, and I'm expecting him to do just exactly that for whoever selects him in that defensive midfield role. And we can see both OG Drizzy and Donai have gone for that option. Kylian Mbappe, well, with that scoop into the box, not being able to convert, but well, he got the rebound, and this time around, Donai comes out with it. Messi.
I think they both understand how dangerous it is to allow each other into the box, and so they try and stop the line of attack before getting into the box.
Well, it's so crucial. I think with the PS5 there, the chance creation is very limited. You don't have so many chances to get into the box, so you're supposed to do everything you can to prevent your opponent from getting into your box. And well, this time around, OG Drizzy finding his way into the dangerous box of Donai and just not being able to convert. Shot a far post, and Donnarumma came up top that time. Wijnaldum, the chance still not gone, and can Donai counter from this? Angel Di Maria trying to find Kylian Mbappe. Brilliant pass into Mbappe, one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Can he finish? Goes for that excellent tip. And as easy as that from Kylian Mbappe for Donai, and just like that, he takes the lead. Just how you switch from defense into attack. And an excellent example of quick counter-attacks, and Donai just takes the lead.
I mean, that play was very beautiful from the pass, the full pass to Kylian Mbappe, right through the finish. Everything was just spot on.
Precision, precision, precision. That's what FIFA is all about, and Donai was precise on that occasion. You see, if OG Drizzy can respond, very, very crucial to respond. It's a group stage affair. You need the points on board, and I'm sure OG Drizzy knows all about that. Messi, well, poorly placed pass trying to find Kylian Mbappe on that occasion, but it seems like that both of these guys are trying to get into the groove of the game, but the game is not going to give you a chance to build slowly into the game. You'll have to quicken the pace up a bit, and OG Drizzy will have to do a bit better to see if he can, well, string up some quick passes into the box of Donai, because he's quite comfortable a bit, and since then it's been Donai all the way. Marquinhos now for Donai. Hakimi. An interesting formation from Donai as well. He's playing with that 5-back formation, so difficult to break down. We've already seen Drizzy tried to break down the 5-back, and it's been so difficult for him. Those 3 central defenders are going to make life hell for you when you're trying to find that extra pass. So we'll see how Drizzy deals with that, but he's already in the dangerous area. Neymar with the roulette, can he get a shot away this time around?
That was too much dribbling in the box. Too much dribbling in the box.
And nowadays, I don't call it too much dribbling, because sometimes too much dribbling can actually earn you a goal, and that's how the game is. So they know what they are doing. And OG Drizzy this time, it wasn't too much dribbling this time. He gets the goal to go and rattles the back of the net, and it's level pegging. 50 minutes gone on the game clock, and Ruby's already hot. It is already hot in the win for that challenge. Both of these guys know what is at stake, and Drizzy coming to the party very early on in the second half. Ramos switching play for Donai this time around. Hakimi into Kylian Mbappe. Can he find that? Well, tried to find Nuno Mendes and just found out Drizzy had just blocked that passing lane, and he had to switch up. That is what playing on the PS5 is all about. You have to have so many second options, and I think Drizzy is doing that so well right now. He finds out that you're going to cut that passing lane, and he prevents the ball from going in that direction. So kudos to Drizzy for doing that. But it is Donai with another chance. Neymar, well, threading the ball into Lionel Messi, just couldn't get a shot away, and he might be punished for this. Di Maria for Drizzy. Wijnaldum into Sergio Ramos, back to Angel Di Maria on that flank. Lovely drag back into the forward row. Can he get that extra pass? That all-important extra pass for Kylian Mbappe might have just put OG Drizzy in front for the first time. Wow, what a sequence of events in our second game of the Group B. Well, of the Group B games actually. And OG Drizzy and Donai, both of them are trying to get some points on the board. Mind you, it's 5 players in each of the groups, Group A and B. So getting points on the board in your first game is just going to set that tone for you. And you can tell straight away that they know what these points can do for you. And what a lovely goal there. OG Drizzy this time around. The roulette works this time around, smashing the far post, and I just like how OG Drizzy all the time is trying the time finish. It didn't work on that occasion for him, timed it quite, but it just sends a message to Donai that, hey, you know I can time finish, right? So every time he gets in your box, you are panicking.
Well, I mean, left to me alone, that play, I would have passed to the other player, but I think he also did a very good job with the finishing. And like you were saying, he's like an expert with the time finishing, and he did that very, very well.
Very, very important goal to put Drizzy up, and he's nearly there to get his first 3 points on the board in Group B. Verratti for Donai, trying that finesse from Messi. Interesting idea actually, as there wasn't loads of space for him to try that finesse, but it is Lionel Messi, and the finesse shot always seems to be going in. but this time around, it didn't work out for Donai. Well, we are seeing the striker draw back from OG Drizzy. It's also an interesting tactic on the PS5. You don't see that much PS4. And wow! Just like that, the game has gotten out of hand for Donai as OG Drizzy with a lovely cut back into Kylian Mbappe. Makes it a done deal in our second game of the group stage encounter. Can he see it on with another goal? Mbappe! Far post finish. Commanding finish from Kylian Mbappe for Audrey Drizzy, and it looks like it took him time to get into the game, but when he gets into stride, there's no stopping Audrey Drizzy.
Yeah, I mean, you can also say that when it got to the final minutes of the game, Donai lost his concentration and just allowed certain mistakes that cost him the game.
And most of Audrey Drizzy's goals also came on the counter-attacks. Like Donai was giving the ball away poorly, and it cost him so much. It has cost him 3 points in his first game actually, and OG Drizzy is topping that group as we speak. But this is what we are talking about when we talk about competitiveness. Very good friends, OG Drizzy and Donai, but when it came down to business, OG Drizzy with, well, fuming confidence, I should say, because of how well he performed in the last tournament he played. I think everyone expected him to win, but it didn't come that easy for him. Donai made him work a bit, but it's still 3 points on the board for Donai. Drizzy. And do you think Drizzy can just go into the next game with so much confidence that he's going to beat everyone in the group?
Well, I mean, like you said, he's been in top form carrying the last tournament he played in. It took him a bit of time to get into the game. It might be an early call, but he might just be a comeback king in this tournament, and we might see that trend throughout till the very end, seeing him come down from a goal down or 2 goals down to come and win the tournament. That's if his opponent is not able to keep his concentration. But if his opponent is able to score early, keep his concentration, he might struggle a bit. He might struggle a bit throughout the entire tournament.
Because we saw a lapse of concentration from OG Drizzy in those first, 30 to 45 minutes. But he did well to come back in that second half, which got him that all-important win. And that was it for our first game, winning by 3-1 to put him top of the group, taking all 3 points. And just how I love how the group is shaping up at the moment. Donai is also a very impressive player. So see him at the bottom of that group is just shocking. It just shows how competitive this win for that tournament is going to be in the coming matches.
And I mean, to add to what you're saying, for every tournament we are able to see a new person spring up and just say that, hey, I have been in the works for a while now, and even though you haven't heard my name, here I am. And they make a statement and they make sure that you are able to spot them and not just let them go. So for every tournament, there's that surprise act, there's that person who just springs up and say that, look, I'm here to stay and this is my statement.
Well, it always happens almost every single time. You look out for the new faces and the new names, and actually we have a new name in the scene who's going to go up in the second match against a very, well, should I say, a dominant name in the FIFA esports scene, and Marin, who's going to be going up against Vinci. It looks like it's going to be a lopsided affair, but actually I just found out that new name we're expecting to have is actually an old name, but he switched his name up a bit, his big ups, but this time he's coming as Vinci. It actually plays mind games on your opponent. He knows he's playing big ups, but the name is Vinci. It might just tweak things a bit and you might be reluctant to play well. Do you think it's going to play on the mind of Marin?
I think because this is a physical match, because they're playing in person, it won't do that much. If it were to be online, it might have done a bit of a number on the opponent, but seeing that they know themselves and they have some history, it's not going to do that much. And they know their gameplay, and so they're just in for a very good match.
So it is a big one. It is a big one. Marin going up against Vinci very soon. Also in that other group A. So we'll bring you that action very shortly. But just to talk about Marin a bit, he's that type of player where if I randomly ask anyone off the streets or in the FIFA gaming community, who's your top 5? His name will be mentioned. But when you go to so many tournaments, you won't be seeing him that much. He's that type of player where you're not seeing his face every single time, but when you always ask someone, who's Marin? will tell you, well, that guy's a dangerous player, and that is who he is. We'll see if he's going to be very dangerous against Vinci. But Vinci is that type of guy we are seeing at almost every tournament. He's playing almost every tournament. He's got that experience now, and I'm sure it's going to probably work wonders for him against Marin. But actually being a gamer myself, when I was coming up, I played Marin in a tournament, and it was a disaster for me. This guy knows how to keep the ball. He actually knows how to keep the ball. If you are defining possessive football, I think it's Marin, and I'm expecting him to do same today. That is if he hasn't changed his gameplay. We'll see how Vinci is able to react to how Marin is going to play today. But have you actually watched Marin before?
I would say no, I haven't watched him. But the person I have watched is Vinci, who used to go by Big Ups. And there was a time last year where he was winning everything.
Every single tournament that came.
Every single tournament that he was a part of, he was winning it. I don't know if he's kept that form or if he's gotten back to that form. Maybe because it's PS5, there are a lot of things that have changed. There are a lot of things that are a bit different that might be challenging for him. But I'm kind of leaning towards Vinci because I have seen his gameplay, because I have experienced him in previous tournaments.
And speaking about Vinci, I think it's redemption time for him, because I remember sometime back in his last tournament and that GFA championship, he didn't do too well as he would have expected. And I spoke to him the other time, and he told me the next tournament he's going to play, he's probably going to win it. And this happens to be the next tournament he is playing in. So I'm expecting a lot from Vinci as well. But Marin is just such a top gamer. You can't just write him off just like that. And it promises to be one heck of a game. It's kind of, actually, when I see two top gamers or 3 or 4 in actually packed in one group, it just gives me that sense of excitement that I know that anyone who actually comes out of that group is likely to win.
Yeah. And it's even more exciting because when you think about the concept winning for that, and thinking about the fact that when you lose, you become the person's son. And that is what I am gunning for, because obviously if you lose against me, you have to call me daddy. You understand? Because why else would you lose to me if I'm not your father?
Well, that concept from high school is crazy right now. I'll be running away with it very shortly, but having to call someone who just beat you your dad, it's so annoying. It's so annoying.
That puts the stakes up even higher, and so you don't want to lose. You don't have to lose, because if you do, personally, if I was the one playing, and you know, a lot of people don't know this, but there's a lot of trash talk that goes on in game.
Of course.
But you don't see it, and I do that a lot when I'm gaming. I do a lot of trash talking, and it's just psychological and gets into your opponent's head.
But yeah, that's how gaming is. That's how, in fact, competitive sports and esports is. The trash talking is needed. I'm in this group where I think all of the gamers are on that WhatsApp platform, and the trash talking that goes on there is massive. I can state for a fact that Vinci is also one heck of a trash talker. You wouldn't hear that much of mine a lot, but I'm sure he also does it 1 or 2 times. But it's just exciting to see these two guys go head to head in the early stages of the group stage matches. I'm expecting not 2 kg, because these guys actually score goals. When you watch them play every single time, you wouldn't see a goalless draw or something.
Yeah.
But anything could happen in FIFA. It's always a new game. On every other day you're playing someone else. So we'll see how Vinci is able to react to that Marin's slow-paced type of game. It works so well for him every single time. Like, I can come up with a strategy to just try to beat that slow-paced type of game, and the way he switches up, it's crazy. I'm sure he's got so many tactics up his sleeve.
Well, I mean, added to the tactics, I'm also looking at expressions and demeanor playing the game, because sometimes that also helps to give you the upper hand. You could see that in the game between Donai and OG Drizzy, where Donai was just simply ice cold, no reaction, nothing. You wouldn't get anything. Even when he scored a goal, he was just keeping a very straight face. And that is what I'm looking out for, because sometimes when you get overly excited, that excitement gets into your head, and the opponent is just able to really just get back into the game, equalize, and maybe even take it away from you. And so I'm looking for every single detail really in this game.
Well, in fact, FIFA is actually a very detailed game. The details which go into FIFA, something sometimes when you're watching these gamers play and you're not a gamer yourself, you might just not understand. But being a gamer myself, and I watch how these guys set up their tactics and everything, it just tells you how much time and effort they've put into their craft. And we'll see them put it on display very shortly. But these guys are great gamers, and whoever actually wins this game is probably going to be my favorite to win it all.
Well, I'm still gunning for OG Drizzy because of the kind of game he puts up in his first game of the group stage.
Well, that's what I like about predictions. Sometimes you're not too confident about your prediction, but when it comes to pass, you feel like you're on top of the world. But as we are heading into that big game in Group A, Vinci going up against Marin, and that spells danger for probably both of these guys. Two top gamers in the country going head to head to find those crucial 3 points to help them sail through to the next round of the win for that tournament. Mind you, Marin, in your shots there, in the white kit, well, with Paris Saint-Germain and Vinci opting for this time around with the French national team, and very early on having that chance to test the waters a bit. And I feel like in FIFA, during those first 10 minutes, the person who actually gains momentum early sometimes has the upper edge over his opponent. But it didn't work out for Donai, because in those 10 minutes, he was absolutely brilliant. And that is how Marin actually plays. In those 10 minutes, he's very, very slow. And I think we've just seen it, because the way Vinci is attacking in these first 10 minutes is crazy.
I mean, like you said, FIFA is a very detailed game. And when you look at the point of attack for Vinci, he's going wide instead of the usual middle plays that giving a through pass through the middle. He's going wide and setting those crosses in to get a header in for the goal.
Well, that is kind of the strategy for Vinci, but he is on the ball now with Paul Pogba in that midfield role. Interesting choice of players, I should say, playing Koundé at the right back role. It's just so interesting. Koundé is actually a very, very pacey defender. Anyone who uses him in the game, you actually know this guy is really good. But playing him in that right back spot, it kind of puts him in a weird kind of situation, because the wingers on this game are so fast. And he's going to be coming up against the likes of Di Maria and Mbappe, Messi, Neymar. And the pace might just be too much for him. But his defensive prowess is actually up there. So we'll see how Vinci is able to get the best out of Koundé in that right back spot.
I mean, when you look at the kind of mindset that Vinci is going into this game with, you can understand why he's playing him at that position. Perhaps he's looking at someone to do all the overlapping runs for him, and he might just be the perfect person to do that for him.
Well, very, very interesting choice from Vinci. We'll see how that pans out for him. He's also playing Nkunku in that right wing role, and the players might just see him out of position a bit, but in FIFA, if it works for you, it does work for you. And the lovely roulette coming out there from Vinci, trying to create some space early on here, but it is offside from Nkunku. I just love how the play is just building up. It's kind of do you and let me do me kind of affair. Vinci has done just a bit, not too much. Marin also, just as he's been doing every single time he plays in tournaments, always comes out very, very slow. Same pattern for both of these guys, trying to size each other up. And I'm just expecting the game to explode in probably like 10 minutes or 15 in-game minutes very, very soon. Di Maria for Marin, finding Hakimi on that wing. Well, loses the ball very, very cheaply as Paul Pogba recovers for Vinci. Interesting fact about Pogba in that midfield role is sometimes he actually acts like a bully in that midfield role, because he's so strong on the ball. Getting that ball off him is so difficult, and I'm sure that is why Marin is also playing Sergio Ramos in the defensive midfield role. He's going to be able to match Pogba strength for strength, and we'll see how that midfield battle goes on.
Of course, and when you look at the line of attack or the mode of attack for Marin, he's going through the middle, unlike Vinci, who is going through the sides. And I don't know whether Marin is playing a high line or he's set an offside trap, but so far Vinci has been caught offside twice, I don't know whether it's because his players are a bit too pacey or they move too quickly, but it seems to be working for them. And although they have both managed to get into the boxes of each other or the opposing box players, they haven't been able to do much, and we are looking forward to that narrative changing very shortly.
Well, I'm sure it will change in a matter of moments, actually. These guys, well, they've been doing it so many times. It's just that unfortunately, they have to come up against each other. That is how competitive FIFA is. But the first half of our second game comes to an end, and just as I expected, a bit of a cagey affair in that first half. I'm sure it will spring into more life in that second half. But going back to the point of Marin actually using that offside trap, I think that's been his kind of style most of the FIFAs all through the years. He's going to bait you to thinking you have that pass on, but immediately you give the pass, your player is going to be flagged offside, and it's still working for him, and I'm not surprised seeing him constantly do that. And another interesting choice of teams for Vinci. I've seen him play so many tournaments where he's gone for the favorite in PSG, but this time around, he switched it up a bit and gone for the French national team. What do you think would have opted this change in teams and structure?
Well, I'm sure maybe at home he trains with France or he's tried different teams and this has worked best for him. Most times, gamers like to try different things. Sometimes they want to be very adventurous and try it in the heat of battle when they are playing the tournament. And so maybe that is what had happened. You can't really tell until you get to talk to him one-on-one. But hopefully he gets the win, and whatever experiment he wants to do or carry out is going to work for him in this tournament.
Oh, I'm sure he has. He has practiced with the French national team loads of time. Another interesting fact about the French national team is I quite remember in FIFA 21 in FIFA 20 and FIFA 21 they were the go-to team. Everyone kept using France, and till Messi made that surprising move to PSG, it was them. But it seems like everyone has kind of slept on them a bit. But Vinci still I think he likes that French national team, that structure. Actually, comparing both of the defenses, I'm sure everyone would probably bear with me that the French national team has more to offer in the defensive side of the ball, but the attack is actually kind of slowed down this time around, because in FIFA 20 and FIFA 21, they had the likes of Dembele and then Martial up front. It was so quick. But this time around, it's only Griezmann, Mbappe, and the likes of the new guys, Nkunku and everything, who are still getting into the scene. And I'm sure Nkunku with FIFA 23 will get more ratings, and him being in the France national team might actually be a plus. But back onto the game, it's still goalless. 70 minutes gone on the game clock. Not what I expected. I expected a goal to be on that scoreboard right now, but it seems like none of these guys can actually break the deadlock.
We might just see someone taking it away with a lone goal. And that might be heartbreaking, because these are very good gamers, looking at the style of play, looking at how they are able to just stop the attacks right in its tracks. It would be very painful to see just losing by a lone goal.
And losing by a lone goal in 9 minutes is also is much more heartbreaking, as I would put it. But it seems like that is actually going to happen probably in the next 12 or 14 in-game minutes. We'll see how that pans out for both of these guys. But it seems like it's because they're in the. I'll actually say it's because they're in the group stages right now. You wouldn't want to commit anything and try to do something risky to get you a goal. Just relax and then find your sorts when it comes. When the game actually comes to you. One interesting thing about FIFA is also, if you rush into things sometimes, the game might just get away from you. You just have to play it out and let the goals or the chance creation come to you. Sometimes you could actually watch these gamers play and they're playing so slow. You'd wonder why they are playing so slow. They're actually making the game come to them, the chance creation come to them. Sometimes it could be a loose pass from the opponent or something, but I'm sure both of these guys have that mindset, that killer instinct, that winning instinct, that if a chance goes begging, they will put it away. But final minutes for Vinci or Marin to get all 3 points here. Kingsley Coman down the flag for Vinci. Into Paul Pogba. Well, the strength exhibition there from Paul Pogba, as I said earlier on, being kind of a bully, patient build-up from Vinci, as expected on the PS5. That's what the PS5 is all about. Patience, 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 and they've exhibited it to perfection, but it seems like it is too slow a bit.
Well, I mean, when you look at the style of play, it looks like they're both waiting for a counter-attack opportunity. Although Vinci has been on the attack the entire game, and Marin has just been waiting for the game to come to him and waiting for a slip-up from Vinci.
And that is it for our second game. Thought it to be a big one, but ended up being a slightly down one. But we saw two defensive masterclasses on show from both of these guys, and Marin and Vinci, who actually pick up a point from each other. So that is how Group A is actually shaping up to be. Marin and Vinci getting a point each and making the standings a bit interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting to see who actually comes out of this group, because sometimes when you have 3 top gamers and I think 2 mid or average gamers in the group, and the 2 top gamers actually draw it out, is it kind of put pressure on your opponents in the sense that if you meet the average gamer, there's a lot of pressure on you to actually win, because you know if there's a slip up, your fellow top gamer is going to beat that average gamer and get a nod into the next round. So we'll see how that shape of that group comes out, but that is what it's all about. They know what is at stake. It's playing to win for your dad and being able to get something for him on this special occasion on Father's Day. Are you a dad, high school?
I'm a dad of other gamers. That's what I'm going to say.
Oh, are you an actual dad in real life sense?
I'm an actual dad of actual gamers. Because I mean, the list is actually long. I have two what's the name, books full of
compilation of the list.
Yes, just a compilation of people who have lost to me. So I was actually expecting my WhatsApp to be full today from getting messages from these people, but I don't know. I have to text them individually and tell them that you're my son. You have to do what is right. Send me a goodwill message.
A goodwill message, wow. And that concept is just brilliant. Then I'm sure every gamer is now a father, because if you are looking to lead towards your concept, then every gamer is a father. Then I'm actually a father of many sons as well. But yeah. It is interesting to see how this tournament is going to pan out, as probably Group A being lopsided a bit, because more of the top gamers are in Group A. So actually people are leaning towards Group A being more competitive and having more nicer fixtures. But that is how sometimes tournaments tend to pan out. If you have all the top gamers in Group A, it actually makes things more interesting in the next round, because we know it's going to be a player from Group A facing a player from Group B. So it means if a Group A player beats a Group B player, we're going to have a cracker for finals. And that might just be the case for this tournament.
I mean, forgive my bias, but just the demeanor of OG Drizzy is just gingering me to go for him, because look at how cool, calm, collected he is. No smiles. He's here, goes about his business, gives you 4 goals, 3 goals. He gets up and is just going about his business like he didn't just whoop your ass, like you didn't just get an ass whooping from him. And it's so beautiful to watch, because that is what gaming is about. When you are in the game, when you are engaging with your opponent, no friendships, no ties.
Serious business.
It's just serious business.
And
wickedness. And that is what it's about.
Well, and an interesting term used by high school, because it seems like most of the gamers are now using wickedness. And we saw from OG Drizzy's last game against Donai that he had that final chance. He was already up by 3-1. I think around the 89th to 88th minute, 1-on-1, and he scored. Some gamers will say, well, I've probably won, and I'm going to take a step back and just take my 3-1 lead. I still have 3 points, but some of these gamers just have that wickedness, that poise about them. They want to send a message to their next opponent that, hey, when I get you, I mean business, and I'm not going to give you any chance to get into the game. And that cool and calm impression you are seeing from OG Drizzy on your screen might just not be how he is in game, because this guy is wicked in game.
And I mean, when you look at Max Steve, I mean, I'm kind of keeping an open mind about him because I don't know what to expect. I've never seen him play before. This is my first time seeing him. But I have seen OG in a few tournaments, and of course, I am leaning towards him winning this tournament. Looking forward to him coming up tops when it comes to this game.
Well, and that is what it's all about. And a player like Max Steve also, when you have tournaments with new faces, it's actually very, very difficult to get data on them and find their previous gameplays and try to know how they play and actually study them and find tactics for them. But early on with a chance here, and
that's
already a penalty. Wow.
Again, like I said, OG Drizzy comes in, goes about his business,
and wow. The penalty
I'm actually
already
in
missed.
so much disbelief right now because that was a beautiful play. And it looks like the defense of Max Steve, who is using Manchester City, is very, very loose because we have a goal already. And that was a beautiful bicycle kick.
OG Drizzy, free scoring OG Drizzy actually. He has so many goals under his belt. Very early on, 7 minutes, in-game minutes, and Neymar Jr. puts OG Drizzy a goal up against Max Steve. And when you're playing against someone who is actually superior over you and you go a goal down, it's so tough mentally to get out of that shell and get back into your groove and try to equalize.
Well, I mean, I would just say that it's an interesting team selection from Max Steve because you have everybody using either a PSG or a France. But going for City, it looks like he has a lot of confidence in that team, a lot of confidence in their style of play. And he already has one chance, which was parried by Donnarumma. But let's see how this one goes.
And I just like the variety in the teams we are seeing here today. Usually it's always Paris Saint-Germain. But when you see a player stick with the team he usually trains with, it is lovely to see that he has that self-belief, and that when he comes, it's not that when he comes onto the tournament scene and finds out everyone's using PSG, he just moves with the flow. But instead, Max Steve opting for Man City, but it is OG Drizzy all the way, as Lionel Messi nearly made it 2-0 to OG Drizzy, and it looks like this time around he didn't start slow. He was all fired up very early on. Marquinhos for OG Drizzy. Can he get that crucial second? That second that is going to give him that cushion to be able to relax a bit and take the sting out of the game for Max Steve. Messi. Into Wijnaldum, Neymar. Back to Messi for Drizzy. Kylian Mbappe tried to get the shot away, but brilliant defending this time around.
I think one thing that has always hurt Drizzy is his dribbling. Knowing when to shoot, knowing when to dribble, knowing when to get that extra roulette or that extra step over is very, very crucial in this game, and it can cost you the game actually.
I actually understand him a bit because of the console he's actually playing on, the PS5. With the PS5, the AI defending is so good. The AI blocks are too many, and that's why the shot cancel is actually a very crucial skill move to use. You'd have to master that technique to be able to, well, lure the AI defending into giving you some space to be able to shoot. And we've seen OG Drizzy use the shot cancel on so many occasions. And as we are seeing OG Drizzy also activating that striker drop back, making, well, nearly didn't work out for him because that lovely finesse shot from Javier Jesus for Max Steve nearly went in. And I'm sure OG Drizzy has been warned that he's not supposed to take this match lightly.
I mean, when you look at the style of play in this match for OG Drizzy, he is passing more from the back. Previously, the build-up was more solid, more compact, but this time is more open, and he is being more adventurous with his passes, giving true passes from way inside his half of the field.
Kawaka for Max Steve into Riyad Mahrez. And another reason why everyone kind of leans towards Paris Saint-Germain, but Max Steve might just, he might just regret missing these chances against OG Drizzy.
And you can see the smirk there on OG Drizzly's face. Just really,
he knows he's got away with one.
Of course, 3 solid chances, and you can't make anything of it. He might just live to rue those missed chances.
Well, I just don't know what to say right now because Max Steve has created chances for himself. You were probably expecting him to be timid a bit, but he's played very, very well. His skill moves are brilliant. They are working for him. And one thing I actually love about Max Steve early on in this game is his roulette is so lethal. Raheem Sterling for Max Steve tried to find that crucial extra pass in the box. Rodri, intercepted this time around. Sergio Ramos doing all that crucial work for OG Drizzy to come away with it. Wijnaldum into Sergio Ramos, finding Marquinhos. And I'm just so impressed with how Max Steve is playing right now. Playing a top gamer in OG Drizzy is not easy, but he's kept his cool. And he nearly went 2 goals down. Because OG Drizzy's attacking seems like every time he's attacking, he's going to get a goal. And that's not the case for Max Steve. He hasn't been clinical.
I mean, when you go 2 goals down, it's as good as over for you. And so you should try to equalize as early as possible and keep the game in your house.
Well, that is what I'm sure he was trying to do, but not being able to convert on 3 solid occasions for Max Steve. But here he comes the game with the ball, but a poorly misplaced pass just gives a counter-attacking opportunity to OG Drizzy. Lovely left there from Drizzy, but very well intercepted by Kyle Walker. And seeing Max Steve actually pick Man City to use makes it very, very interesting because they don't have so many 5-star skillers, and we know how important 5-star skill moves on the PS5 are, but he seems to be using the likes of Sterling, Gabriel Jesus, and now his 5-star player is now with the ball. Riyad Mahrez twisting and turning with those borrows, finding that cross into the box, but unable to find its target in Rodri. Kylian Mbappe for Drizzy on the counter. Di Maria back to Mbappe, and trying the player lock out there. Drizzy finding Neymar, but that aggressive defending from Max Steve once more wins him the ball. And Max Steve just shows you that he really wants to get that equalizer. When you see someone defending that aggressively, you know he's not accepted that he's being defeated, and he actually has a chance to be able to pull this back. And another chance spent by Max Steve.
I think that his composure in the final third is really, really hurting him. When you look at how lethal and how clinical OG Drizzy is, you can't afford to miss these chances. You just can't afford to do that.
I think one thing that's actually worrying Max Steve is when he gets one-on-one with the goalkeeper, he kind of seems to be in 2 minds, where he doesn't know whether to go far post or near post. On that occasion, opted to go for the near post, and Donnarumma, being so lengthy and big in the post, prevented him from getting the goal. And that might just be the problem for Max Steve. He'll have to sort it out because there's only 8 in-game minutes for him to get that equalizer. Max Steve was trying to thread that ball into Bernardo Silva down there, and the failed offside trap by Max Steve has just given OG Drizzy, a very, very easy, probably an easy opportunity to get a goal, but he's also spent that chance, and there's still hope for Max Steve to get the equalizer. Riyad Mahrez, and it seems like the pressure is getting to Max Steve a bit.
You can see the frustration on his face, and like I said, sometimes your demeanor counts, because when you are lethal in the game, your expression needs to be very, very ice cold.
Well, his expression actually depicts how he's feeling right now, Max Steve. I'm sure he'll be so disappointed with himself with the way he's missing these chances, and he's probably giving OG Drizzy the win. As time runs out, OG Drizzy
he can just see the game out,
his second few points on the board, and OG Drizzy with a lovely roulette to seal it off, as he's now got 6 points in the group. Vital 6 points for OG Drizzy, and he's probably going to make it into the next round.
This is the first time I'm seeing OG Drizzy smile all through his matchups, and you can see, even though he got off by the skin of his teeth, he's actually very excited to come up with the win.
I'm sure the smile is from the fact that he actually got away with one, because he nearly lost this one. He could have actually lost by probably 4 goals to 1 if Max Steve had been clinical. But my friend always tells me when he beats me in FIFA, the if clause is not supposed to be used in game.
I mean, if my auntie was a man, he would be my uncle. So
that is it. And there's no if for Max Steve this time around. OG Drizzy with that win, giving him 6 points on the board to take him top of that group. And that is it and that is how things are going to pan out in Group B, as OG Drizzy comes out on top, winning by a 1-0 against Max Steve. But when you play a game like this, it actually plays on your mind a bit for Max Steve, because you know you've missed so many chances, and in your next game you try to be a bit more clinical, and you might just rush finishes and create hasty chances, get some chances, and be panicky up front, because you know in your previous game you had the chances and you didn't convert, and in the second game you might not get those chances, and I'm sure it might just be playing on his mind a bit.
it might, but when you look at his gameplay, you can see that he's able to break down the defense of his opponent, and so perhaps he might be able to go that extra mile of being very lethal in the final third and not have 2 minds when it comes to his finishing. And that might be the edge that he needs to get over his opponent. He might have that, he might not. Maybe, like you were saying, it might get to him and he might rush his finishes, but this may be a learning curve for him, and he may be lethal subsequently.
Well, previously I'd said that Max Steve wasn't seen too many times on the FIFA Esports scene, but we've seen his face now. We now know he's actually a pretty good gamer, and I'm sure it's that learning curve for him to be able to become a well-known face and actually play well and beat these top guys, because I'm sure if he had actually beat OG Drizzy, the gaming community would have gone haywire, and it's crazy. I'm sure that group I'm actually talking about, I'm sure most of them are actually watching this tournament, and if OG Drizzy had lost to Max Steve, it would have been a shock to them, and I'm sure most of them would have been trolling OG Drizzy by now.
Of course, and he avoided defeats very, very closely, because let's face it, that defense was not very good.
Very tight.
It wasn't very good on the part of OG Drizzy. You had, passes going through so easily, and his defense was just breaking down so easily, especially through the middle. You'd expect that it would break down on the sides where he didn't have too many strong players, but right in the middle, it was very, very close for him.
Well, not the best of defending from OG Drizzy, but sometimes as a gamer, you have games like that where you're not going to actually defend well, but come out with a win, and that's how it panned out for OG Drizzy. Congratulations to him for getting those 6 points on board, but it's time for Max Steve to learn, and you have to learn very quickly on the job, because his next game is going to be coming out very shortly.
He has to go and see his daddy, OG Drizzy.
For now, OG Drizzy is Max Steve's dad, and he probably has his number right now, but
he's dialing it. He's dialing it, and he has actually called and told him that, yo, you can't really beat me in this game. Can't really beat me in this game.
The funny thing is, sometimes you play these guys and you actually win, but like what just happened, OG Drizzy, he got away with one, but the way Max Steve actually played, it sometimes put doubts in the mind of OG Drizzy, like, wow, a new guy can actually come onto the scene and split my defense open so easily. It might just play on his mind a bit. I'm telling you, FIFA is actually a very psychological game.
Yeah.
I've played so many games, but the way FIFA actually takes a toll on your brain.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And you know the funny thing. Sometimes you get back from work, you log on, you go online, you want to play to relax, and you meet someone, and you are taking 11-0, 6-0, and you are so frustrated. And the reason why you logged on is even lost on you, because you wanted to relax, and now you are even more frustrated than when you actually logged on. And that is what we might see in this, because you might have someone taking it easy and thinking that, oh, I've been in top form these past few weeks, and then someone like Max Steve, who is relatively unheard of, relatively new, comes in, splits your defense, 3 or 4 times in a row and has very amazing
many chances
and
to kill the game.
Exactly, you start thinking, you have start having second thoughts as why this is happening and whether your form is a facade.
It's dipping, or whether you have to find some change in tactics or something like that. It is actually like that. When I get home from school or work and I log on to Foot Champs or Weekend League or something and I start playing, within the first 10 to 20 minutes, I can actually access that, hey, I need to put on my A game against this guy, or I'm going to lose, or I can actually relax and win. But sometimes you can just start the game and you find out, oh, this guy is going to be an easy win. But you constantly keep missing chances, and it's going to play games on your mind where usually you could start weekend league matches, your first 5 games, you could win like 4-1 or 5 in a row. But this time around, because of that particular game, all the rest of the games are going to end up in losses for you. But I just hope that doesn't happen to Max Steve, because he's kind of inexperienced in the FIFA Esports scene as well.
Well, and I'm actually looking forward to this match between Oasis and Vinci. Oasis looks like someone who has the mental fortitude to go all the way, but we have seen Vinci's first game against Marin. It came out goalless, and those are 2 very good gamers. I don't know how this is going to pan out, but seeing as we have already seen Vinci's game, seen how it went with Marin, we are yet to see what kind of prowess that Oasis is going to exhibit.
Yes. As I stated earlier, that group is so tough. Oasis, Vinci, Marin. It's crazy that all of these top guys have been placed in that group. Actually, it's going to be interesting to see how this one is going to pan out. Because with Vinci, most of his games that I've actually watched, he's actually scored loads of goals. But when he came up against Marin, it was kind of. He was relaxed and not trying to not trying to take risks. Because in FIFA, if you don't take risks, you are not going to score goals. I'm sure he's going to take risk in his next game against Oasis and try to get those 3 points on board. Because at the back of his mind, he's going to be thinking, what if Marin plays against Oasis and then smashes him? And I've heard that in the group stage encounter too, if you are 11 on points, goals might sail you through. So it's just crazy how things are going to be coming up together for Vinci. And are you expecting him to actually win comfortably in this next game?
I mean, I've seen him play, so I kind of lean towards him winning. I haven't seen any action from Oasis, so I can't really say for sure.
Oh, and every time I cast live, I always like to ask these kind of questions when there's a top dog and probably an underdog playing, and usually my co-host or everyone I ask usually leans towards the top dog, and it's so nice when the underdog actually wins. But we'll see how this pans out for Vinci or Oasis in our 3rd group game in Group B, as Oasis in your shot with Paris Saint-Germain once again, and Vinci this time switching it up from PSG to Liverpool. Interesting decision for Vinci this time around. And I'm sure you actually follow football. In FIFA 23, there's not going to be Sadio Mane on Liverpool anymore. Is it going to prevent players from using Liverpool?
I mean, we have the game coming out in August. Depending on how their preseason goes and how they start off the season, you might have certain updates being made to the game, which may influence that decision. However, you have a very solid team being created by Jurgen Klopp as it stands currently. And so, going forward, you might have people opting for other teams aside the regular PSG, regular France. You might have them going for Man City with the recent addition of Erling Haaland and the recent addition of other strikers, other forwards to the strike force of Liverpool.
Well, it's just crazy it's actually weird to kind of think of the Liverpool team without Sadio Mane, but he's still on there for Vinci. And if Mohamed Salah just had threaded that ball into Sadio Mane, it would have just put him a goal up. But just looking at how things are shaping up in the first 20 minutes, It's also kind of a cagey affair, as both of these guys haven't really been able to open up the opposing defenses. Hakimi for Oasis this time around. Marco Verratti into Sergio Ramos. And one thing I've also noticed about these guys who use PSG is the midfield selection is always so crucial. You could find players who, well, usually most of them use Sergio Ramos, but that other midfielder in Verratti or Wijnaldum, you actually find players who are more possessive, leaning towards Verratti because he has loads of ball control, but Sadio Mane there nearly finding Mohamed Salah for Vinci to put him a goal up, but excellent defending from Oasis to keep the scoreline at 0-0. And interestingly, as I was saying, the possessive players actually like Verratti because he's so good on the ball. But with Wijnaldum, you have more pace. The attacking is high from Wijnaldum, and he's so good in the game. But it's just interesting to see how the game has switched their selection of players actually. And Oasis this time has gone for Verratti, so I'm sure he's looking for that possessive style. And Di Maria on the ball now for Oasis to see if he can string some passes together to break down Vinci's defense. Verratti, well, finding Mbappe, but a loose pass there from Oasis gives the ball right away to Vinci. Luis Diaz finding Mohamed Salah for Vinci. Can he finish this time around? And if it's Mohamed Salah at the end of the chance, you probably smell danger, and it was a clinical finish from the Egyptian forward for Vinci. Far post, emphatic finish for Vinci, and crucial goal for Vinci.
Of course, that weighted pass from Luis Diaz onto the left foot of Mo Salah was what made the difference really in this goal. The finish, brilliant, but that pass leading up to that finish was what made the difference for Vinci.
And if you followed FIFA 22 on the PS5 for some time now, in the previous versions, the driven pass was so overpowered, but in the new updates, they actually, well, they've kept it on the low a bit. If you use the driven pass, it's not that effective as it was, but we just saw Luis Diaz just give an excellent driven pass to find Mohamed Salah to give Vinci the lead, and that is what gaming is all about. It's not if FIFA changes the style of play, you forget your old style of play. You can apply both of them, as Vinci has done with that driven pass to find the back of the net with Mohamed Salah there. Kudos to Vinci on that occasion. Joe Gomez for Vinci. Fabinho into Henderson. Mohamed Salah. Something building here for Vinci. But Oasis this time comes out on top. And interesting from Vinci, he's also winning the ball back very quickly after losing it. It almost seems like he's playing press after possession loss.
Of course, and you could see that in his first game against Marin. He didn't allow Marin to keep possession too much, and he kept possession for most parts of the game. And I think that allows him to be in control throughout the entire game and dictate the pace of the game for its entirety.
And it's been interesting to see how Vinci has actually switched his gameplay from his first one to the one he's currently playing on, because this is actually a very different Vinci, I must tell you. He was a bit slow in the first game, but he has quickened the pace up a bit. Roberto Firmino now for Vinci. Finding Alexander Arnold down the flank. Into Robertson. Henderson still stringing some passes together to try to find that open space there, Vinci. And I think a choice that deters players from actually using Liverpool is Alexander Arnold at the right back spot. He's kind of slow on the game, so if you come up against those pacey attackers, you might just be found wanting. And that's why I'm sure more players are actually leaning towards PSG, because they have quick wing backs in Hakimi and Nuno Mendes.
Well, I mean, when you look at the style of play for Vinci, he usually starts his wing attacks from the center, and so he doesn't start it from the back like he was doing when he was playing with France. Yeah, he usually starts it from the middle and then switches back to the middle instead of having to go in front and just go and lay across to the attacker in the middle. And I think that is working for him, because even though he starts from the side, he comes into the middle in the final third, and that is working wonders for him.
Well, it has worked wonders for him so far in the game, as he's still attacking here. Vinci, Mane into Henderson, still patient, build up from Vinci. Luis Diaz, can he get that crucial? Well, shot away, but lovely skill move there from Diaz. A very underrated skill move there by Vinci. And it nearly found him a goal, and Sadio Mane for Vinci. Lovely build-up play, total football there from Vinci. Patience is the key, and it is working for Vinci. Lovely goal, patience with the build-up, and Sadio Mane one-on-one is a no-brainer.
Of course, and even though you have a late addition of Luis Mendes to the Liverpool squad, he's just fitted in really, really well and has done a lot of magic for them on the field of play, and even in the game, as you can see.
It's just so amazing to think that this guy came in halfway through the season and he's actually playing like he's playing Liverpool his entire career, but it's crazy, and he's also so good in the game, so pacey that he allows you to be able to use him. Also a 4-star skiller, 4-star weak foot as well, so it's actually very, very balanced for Luis Diaz, and we are seeing why Vinci is benefiting a lot from using him.
And interestingly enough, in this particular game that Vinci is playing, both goals have come from his 2-star men, but the assist has come from Luis Diaz in both instances.
Interesting there. And the decision to play Luis Diaz ahead of Diogo Jota has actually paid off for him. Mendes, Ramos now for Oasis, trying to find probably a consolation goal in this dying minutes. Actually, in group stage games, consolation goals can sometimes help you out a bit, because if you are level on points, you could actually get those goals to make you sail through. We'll see if Oasis is able to get a goal, but it might just be all said and done in this group stage encounter. And there it is as the referee blows his whistle to signal the end of the match, as Vinci gets his first 3 points on board as he beats Oasis by 2-0. And how important was this victory for Vinci? Sorry.
Really, really, really important. When you look at how the first game panned out, goalless draw between him and Marin, and obviously their match is coming up next. I'm sure they're playing that now. It's really important that he wins by a huge number of goals, just in case it gets to the point where his qualification would be determined by the number of goals he has. And so I think this win is very important for him.
Very, very crucial, as the matches are both groups are being played simultaneously. It's just amazing to see how that group, that top group I was speaking about, is shaping up as Big Ups gets his first 3 points on board. It takes him up to 4 points, actually leading the group there, and so important for Vinci on that occasion. But it seems like every time in the game, every time Vinci went into the attack, it looked like he was going to get a goal. He didn't rush at all. All his goals were so, I think, so worked out. It was methodical from him, and it's lovely to see when players actually play like that, because if you look at the transition of FIFA throughout the years, that is how FIFA was being played over the probably in FIFA 15, 16, 17. It was, you'd have to take your time to be able to score. But through 18, 19, 20, where the introduction of more skill moves, now the gamers just rush into skill moves and ball scope and elastico, reverse elastico, and they're looking for goals so hurriedly. But I just like how Vinci just won his game, and it just tells you how diverse his gameplay actually is. And we'll take you through the updates in that, Group 1 actually, as Vinci,
Vinci's actually top
of that
group with Marin being second. Vinci has 7 points, Marin 5. And I think that came from the fact that they played a goalless draw in their match. But in Group B, you have OG Drizzy obviously topping, winning both of the matches that he has played so far. He is my favorite, along with Vinci, I must say. I'm actually looking forward to them playing it off in the final match.
Well, it's not surprising actually with your favorites, but it's always sometimes when you're playing in these FIFA tournaments, it always looks like Marin is actually overlooked, but he always gets the job done, and we'll see if he gets the job done in this all-important win for that tournament here at Arena 233. And I just want to commend our sponsors a bit. Esports Africa News. You are actually from Esports Africa News. When you guys came onto the scene, I was actually like, who are these guys and what are they going to add to esports in Ghana and Africa as a whole? And I kept monitoring the progress your team actually made, and it was crazy because every time there was a tournament, you guys made sure you were there to get coverage. And this time around, we get so many news from you guys, and it always seemed like we in Ghana as in the esports community, we didn't have so much information about esports in Africa and the world in general, and it was so good to see that a team had actually come up to give us that luxury. That if you just visit their social media pages on Instagram, on Twitter, are you guys on Facebook?
Everywhere.
And
LinkedIn,
on Facebook,
Facebook.
you're going to get so much information about esports in Africa and the world as a whole. So thank you to you guys, and well, keep doing the good work. Are we going to see more interesting stuff from you guys in the near future?
Well, obviously the goal is to be here for a long time, not for a good time, in the words of Drake. So yes, there is also another team from Esports Africa Tournament, which is a sister organization, and they are the host platform for running this tournament. As you can see on your display, when you have, things like this coming together, it just makes the entire esports industry, the entire esports scene, not only in Ghana, but in Africa, blossom into a very, very beautiful tree. You have the guys from Jake's Game City, who are brilliant tournament organizers. For every single tournament that I have attended, it's been beautifully put together. Even their very recent tournament, that was the 2v2 Golden Hour, held in December. Brilliant competition, brilliantly put together. And I must say that it's always a joy working with these guys, always a joy working with the likes of Yuba, Solo, all the guys in the Jake's Game City team.
It's so refreshing to know that there are people who are actually thinking about FIFA esports like this, and it was so nice to see that every time I attended a tournament, I was seeing guys from Esports Africa News to cover the tournament. So kudos to GGC, to Esports Africa News, and then Esports Africa Tournament.
Yeah. And as well as Arena 233 for giving us this
this wonderful space as well. And about GGC as well, being a gamer myself, I actually engaged with almost all the FIFA players and probably most of the Mortal Kombat players, and instantly when you ask them what's your favorite tournament, actually when the season starts, they always mention GGC. They're always leaning towards GGC, and I ask them why, and they constantly tell me the organization from GGC is top notch. As we have had here today, it's just crazy to see that these players actually acknowledge GGC to be probably the top organizers in the esports scene in Ghana.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at the way they go about their dealings, right from merchandise to tournament coordination to the prize pool or prize money, or whatever the winners get when they win the tournament, everything is just really beautiful to watch come together. Especially when you are there live, or even watching on stream on their socials, or on their platforms, on their streaming platforms, YouTube, Facebook, and it's just really beautiful to watch. Seeing as this team is a very young team, it's made up of young people coming together to do this.
And a very big thank you to GGC as well. But we are heading into another group stage encounter as well, more action for you guys, and 4 minutes already gone in the way for that challenge group stage encounter. We have a goal. Well, the French national team already getting a goal very, very early on in our fourth game of the day. As it's so interesting to see when gamers get early goals. Sometimes in my sense, I'll actually say there are two types of gamers that react to quick goals. from the winning side. If you score a quick goal, sometimes you can actually relax a bit and try to, because you actually took your opponent by surprise, you can actually relax and get more into the game and find another goal. And the other type where after that first goal, it's probably damage control for your opposition, because he's going to keep scoring and scoring and scoring. And we have so many types of those types of gamers here today. So we'll see how that goal for the French national team will pan out for them. Are they going to try to find another goal and then just kill the game off, or they're going to be relaxing a bit? But it seems like they're going for the latter and trying to find another goal to kill the game.
Well, I mean, when you look at the mental aspect of FIFA, getting an early goal gives you the upper hand and allows you to really just relax and take more control, like you said. Whether you decide to defend, whether you decide to see it out right through to the end by scoring more goals, it's all up to you, and that decision is what makes it interesting.
But there already is an equalizer, as actually this match is actually a cracker, a very, very big game, as Almenzi and Chef Jeff going head-to-head in this group stage encounter. And I'm not surprised at all for being at 16 minutes on the game clock and it's already 1-1 on the scoreline. This game actually was promising goals and it has delivered goals in the first 20 minutes. And I'm just excited to see how this one is going to go. And mind you, Almenzi took the lead very, very early on in this encounter, but Chef Jeff replying in the first half as well. Hakimi now for Chef Jeff. Loads of space for Jeff to work with, trying to find that crucial cutback. And an interesting fact about the cutback is you could actually play a driven cutback where sometimes you could get an own goal out of it, and that is what Jeff just did. Smart play from Jeff. It could have ended up in anything, but he just got a corner out of it.
So it's interesting that the name has progressed over the years. I mean, right from FIFA 14 all the way to about FIFA 16, 17. I mean, the name of that particular build-up play was called the pull-out, and then now it's called the cutback, which has been, a staple for most FIFA players. Just get into the 18 from the wings and just get a driven pass or a really low cross into your attacker. Exactly. Or get an on goal from your opponent into his net.
Well, and that might just have worked for Jeff, but he was defending on that occasion as Almenzi nearly took the lead once again. Ramos for Almenzi. And we've had another change in name as Vinci and Big Ups did, because this time around, Almenzi, probably popularly known as Mbappe, this time coming out with Almenzi, and we'll see how the change of name, whether it's going to give him an edge or it's going to make Jeff beat him even easier.
Looks like Chef Jeff is cooking really early.
Very early.
In the game. Calm, collected, just in the kitchen, cooking up stuff. Really heating up for Almenzi, and we are yet to see if he can stay in the kitchen.
And I'm now looking forward to speaking with Chef Jeff. I just want to ask him if he got that inspiration from Chef Kerry a bit, because he seems like he's cooking very early on in the game, as he's gone 2-1 up against Almenzi, who actually went, well, in those first 10 minutes, he was going crazy, but he only got a goal to show for it, but he can equalize here. Almenzi with another chance, Kingsley Coleman from close range, but there goes the AI blocks again. And they are so crucial in this game. But what a chance spared. Kylian Mbappe for Almenzi, and it's a shocker. The only explanation I have for missing that chance is it was his weak foot. And gamers hate that statement so much.
Well, I mean, when you look at how things are progressing, it's really crucial that you get every single chance being converted into a goal, because it might come back to haunt you in the latter part of the game.
And just crazy how the first half just went by so quickly. And usually when you're watching these games, these high-scoring first half games, the time seems to fly so quickly. You just get caught up in the moment, and the game just comes to an abrupt end. But we're now into the second half as Jeff leading by 2-1 with Paris Saint-Germain, and Almenzi has it all to do now. Messi for Jeff. Well, Messi finding Hakimi on the wing into Ghana Gay as Jeff trying to get that 2-goal cushion actually and give him some space between himself and Almenzi. Kimpembe, Marquinhos into, well, exchange of passes there from the center backs, but nearly gave it away there, Jeff, and has given it away as Almenzi with that player log trying to find that open man in Kylian Mbappe. Kante and Almenzi trying so hard to just find that all-important pass which is going to give him loads of space for him to shoot. Has given that pass now. Kingsley Coman. Well, Antoine Griezmann, well, took loads of time on the ball and might just have taken the chance away. But the reverse elastico from Almenzi. Lovely turn with that shot cancel. Lovely dribbling. An excellent goal there from Almenzi. As, wow, this is actually a top gamer's goal, a professional gamer's goal. As he didn't give up on the chance when Almenzi, well, when Jeff took the ball, he got the ball back and lovely dribbling. First near post finish, and it was crazy how that all panned out for Almenzi.
I think everyone in this arena thought that chance was gone, but he still kept stuck to the play and got that beautiful goal in the end.
Well, that is all it is. That is what this tournament is about. Winning for your dad, and you can tell from the intensity that these guys are poised to win for their dads. Kante now for Almenzi. Seems like the momentum has shifted a bit into Almenzi's favor now. Koundé, Nuno Mendes, now for Jeff. Marquinhos, Neymar. Can he get that through ball into Kimpembe? Well, I'm sure he actually realized it was Kimpembe making that forward run and ignored that pass. Kylian Mbappe, Jeff, can he find that pass into Neymar? Does find that pass into Neymar, gets the shot away. But Jules Koundé this time around blocked the shot for Almenzi and he set up for the counter. But Christopher Nkunku just couldn't set his feet out for Almenzi to give him that cutting edge on that break. It's now Idrissa Gana Gueye for Jeff. Is Jeff going to cook up something in these dying minutes, Chef Jeff? Mbappe into Gana Gueye, back to Verratti. Messi trying to find that crucial pass into Verratti, but Hugo Lloris, very important. And one thing I like about FIFA 22 on the PS5 is the goalkeepers come out very early when the ball is in mid-air, and it just gives you a boost of confidence and lets you sometimes start attacks so quickly.
I think generally the keepers have been improved compared to other FIFA franchises. The goalkeeping in FIFA 22 on PS5 is absolutely amazing.
Very difficult to beat them, as well as we just saw when during Max Steve and Audrey Drizzly's game kept on missing chances because Donnarumma was on top form. Final minutes for one of these guys to get 3 points on board, crucial 3 points on board. As Chef Jeff and Almenzi go head to head in the win for that challenge. Mendes, well, giving the ball away cheaply and finding Messi now. A last minute chance for Chef Jeff. Verratti, well, poorly given away, and Mbappe, can he capitalize? Kylian Mbappe, but Marquinhos steps in, and that spells the end of the game. And I think the points apiece is actually deserved for both of these guys.
I was looking forward to Chef Jeff coming out top with this because he has some very good chances that he missed, and I think that regret is visible on his face at the end of the matchup. And like I said, usually when you have matchups like this and you miss these chances, it will come back to haunt you in the end. And so Chef Jeff, although he started cooking much later in the game, cooked up some very good goals, but he couldn't see it through, unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately for Jeff, you have to settle for a point in that Group 2 encounter there against Almenzi. And Actually, I actually underrated Group 2 a bit because Chef Jeff and Almenzi are actually two top gamers. And them being put together in that group just makes things more interesting. And I'm just excited to see how things are going to pan out in that group. But this is what FIFA is all about, competitiveness at every level. And right from the group stages, we are seeing top gamers go head to head as they're trying to find who is going to win that big prize and win it for their dads actually. But time to assess how Almenzi played, because this is his first game on stream. Are you actually impressed with how he played? Because it seems like his attacking was spot on.
Well, I think that him being able to take the lead very early, 5 minutes into the game, was very impressive. Although his focus slipped up a bit, going further into the game and allowing Chef Jeff to take the lead, he was able to retreat and come back and equalize. He would have gotten another lead and won eventually, but I think time was against him and he wasn't able to see it through to the very end.
Wow, very, very interesting thoughts there from Iceberg. But on the flyer during the stream, you can see a dad and his kid actually playing a game. I don't know whether it's FIFA or any other game, but is that the case in Ghana? Can you actually sit with your dad and actually play a game of FIFA with your dad?
My dad is actually quite old, but when I can do that with my uncles and older
they're
cousins.
Quite younger uncles and older cousins. Okay.
But then we have a mutual interest in boxing, so I think if it counts. Watching boxing together is something that we do,
okay.
But playing video games is a little too.
That is the
old
scenario for
that.
most of the Ghanaian gamers.
Exactly.
Actually playing games with your dad is
I mean, when you have a younger dad, a dad who is in their 40s, late
more into
30s,
gaming a bit.
more into tech and gaming, it's very possible to have that happening. But when you have your dad being 60, 70, 80, they don't have any use for
Because
these things.
immediately I saw that picture, I just kind of remembered a friend of mine. I went to his house one time and he was actually playing a serious game of FIFA with his dad. His dad is so competitive, and it was just so nice to see. I would have loved to invite him here to play, but he had some things doing. But I'm sure we'll be seeing him more in the esports scene, coming out to play for his dad and try to win for his dad. It's just so nice to see. To kind of see things like that, and that's being competitive in gaming as well. But as esports grows and it takes the next step, we're actually trying to get parents to allow their kids get into gaming more, because in our vicinity, in our community in Africa, when you actually know how to play this game and you actually confront your parents about gaming, it's kind of weird and you're actually scared about it. Some parents do not understand that, hey dad, I'm good at this game, I want to pursue a career in this game. Here in Ghana is so difficult, and sometimes the gamers actually do not come out to their parents, but we are actually trying to bridge that gap and allow it to be a bit easier. We are trying to ease it into the system a bit, and that's why I'm actually very grateful for Esports Africa News, GGC, Arena 233, and all the other gaming communities that are bridging that gap and making life more easier for the gamer. Because when these parents actually go on the social media pages, you guys actually make them realize that their kids can build a future in gaming. Because when I told my mom I wanted to become a professional shoutcaster, she actually didn't know what a shoutcaster was. And she thought I wanted to be a football commentator in real life. I told her I was actually commentating on games, and she just asked me, intrigued, it's a game now ball fear the piano okay commentary also. And I was like, yeah, that is kind of the thing. But every time now she sees me on screen, she knows that I'm actually doing something that is worthwhile, and it's good that communities like yours are bringing stuff like this up, that we can play in tournaments and actually win for our parents. And I'm sure when Mother's Day comes up next, we'll be seeing more tournaments like this.
Well, I'm sure Mother's Day we might limit it to only girls, but that is just for future reference. And it's interesting that you have mentioned something like this, but I just like to bring the attention of people to a campaign that we'll be running very soon, which is that gaming is not gambling. That is a campaign, because a lot of times
very important
when you say that you are into esports, you are into gaming, parents automatically just go to, oh, into moto cha-cha, you are into gambling,
like
you know, that type of thing. And so that is the campaign that we are working on that is coming out in the future. So I'll just like to bring people's attention to it. Let me use this opportunity to highlight some of the very amazing team members who work with Esports Africa News. The persons of Leroy Hodgson, brilliant individual. We have Benedicta Afi Neiram Agoji. I've mentioned all her government names. She's going to absolutely have my head, but I mean, she's also one of the people holding us down and doing brilliantly for us. You have Victor Kweo, you have Gabriel Sikanku doing amazing things for us. Our designers, Kweku Namiche, Sly, we call him Sly, Killian Mauli, who's also doing amazing for us. And every single person working behind the scenes, making sure that we push this, those in the association, the Esports Association, Chrissy Hayford, every single person. Those here at Arena 233, Silo has done amazing for us, and every single person on the Arena 233 team. I already mentioned those in GGC have done Esports Africa News. Arena 233 also deserve a mention. They have done brilliantly for us. For those in Esports Africa tournament, the team there, those who are working to make sure that everything comes together, Prince Jefferson, Eben Kazuno, every single person on his team, Eben's team, they have done amazing. And so proud to be a part of that team and the team at Esports Africa News.
Oh, it's actually nice when you hear your name being called out, and I'm sure most of these guys are very appreciative of you for giving them that shout out. It's very important for us in the gaming community to know who are those working behind the scenes to bring us these amazing tournaments and amazing challenges, structures, and everything. So kudos to all the guys working behind the scenes, and I'm just honored to be working with every single one of them. But we are heading into our fifth game on the live stream, the live broadcast on the YouTube channel at Esports Africa News. So if you want to join the stream, just head on to YouTube, Esports Africa News, and let's get interactive. Like the stream, share, comment, and then subscribe. Most importantly, subscribe to that channel. You can also check out the amazing content on Esports Africa News. Very insightful content as well. So many beautiful content there as well. You can check out their content on YouTube, and let's get interactive. Get into the comment section and let's see who you think is going to win this game between Vinci and Davido. First time we also seen Davido on the stream. He's already played some matches, and I think it went well for him. He already got a point on board. We'll see how he fares against Vinci this time around. But Vinci, already 9 minutes gone, and he has a goal. It seems like that game against Marin was a bit of a fluke, that 0-0 game, because in these two games, he's scoring so early.
And he's actually doing it with the weighted passes. You saw in his match with Liverpool, when he used Liverpool,
he used Diaz with that driven pass.
And it looks like he has mastered the driven passes or the weighted passes, and it's working for him.
It's working so well. Every single time he actually opts for that driven pass, it seems to be ending up in a goal. And that is what I was saying the other time, that even if FIFA updates the game and your style doesn't work anymore, you shouldn't just dump it. You could actually use it in the new updates, and that is what Vinci is doing, because in those previous updates, the driven pass was killing me. Every single time it was being played, it was working effectively, but it was kind of strained a bit, and its effectiveness was now downplayed. But he's still using it, and just a perfect scenario of how still the driven pass can be effective on FIFA 22 and on the PS5. But all to do now for the French national team as well. And Vinci in cruise control mode now. Neymar finding Mbappe, well defended this time around, and he'll have to be doing a lot more of that to be able to get a chance into this game, Davido, because I'm sure Vinci is going to be hitting him with a series of attacks every single time he gets that chance. And that dribble pass once again seems to be like the order of the day for Vinci. Constant dribbling passes into the box, and it is finding the open man, but just couldn't get that shot away on that occasion. Kunde at the other end for Davido, but loses the ball, and straight up ahead, Vinci on another attack, Kylian Mbappe finding Messi. Messi into Neymar. Lovely skill move there, and the Magidi spin cancel, well, probably didn't work out for him, but I just love that skill move so much because the exit points are so many. You could exit to the front of the player at his back, left, right, so you could confuse your opponent in so many ways, and it just didn't work out for Vinci because the exit point he chose, I think it was too crowded a bit, but the Magidi spin cancel is also a very, very effective skill move to use on FIFA 22, but Davido trying to find, well, gets his way back into the game, and Benyeda, Diaby, as Davido answers. Very, very important goal for Davido, and it's so important to equalize very early on, because when it takes a very long time for you to equalize, it actually takes a toll on you, and it makes things more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the style of play that Vinci has adopted, really, right from the first game, you can see just how much he has evolved and adapted his style of play. He starts, in the first game, he was going all the way from the sides, but this time he starts from the middle, goes, spreads out to the side, and gets back in the middle, which kind of catches you off, it gets you off guard, and that has worked for him brilliantly. When you look at Davido and how he's playing, he's trying to keep possession, but also trying as much as possible to get you off guard with those long passes. And it doesn't matter where he attacks from, side, center, he's going to get you everywhere.
And Wissam Benyeda for Davido, for the first time, takes the lead in this encounter. And this guy is just an interesting character in FIFA 22. He gave me absolute nightmares in FIFA 21, and he seems to be doing the same for Vinci right now. Wissam Benyeda, what a menace. And it's just one feature, that 5-star weak foot from Wissam Benyeda. He can shoot from almost every angle on the game, and in FIFA 21 he was even more deadly. But Davido proving that Benyeda is still a force to reckon with on this game. Vinci will now have to do it all over again. Messi on the flank for Vinci. The fake shot there from Vinci, trying to, well, use that strafe dribbling a bit in. The strafe dribbling is not a technique most of these gamers employ because it actually slows down your gameplay a bit, but it actually works for some guys. And Vinci with a chance again, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and Hugo Lloris this time around comes out on top, and the first half comes to an end. But I just like how that first half just ended. The sequence of events came so quickly as just as the Davido scored, Vinci just tried to get that equalizer very, very early on. It just tells you how good both of these guys are, and I'm hoping to see more goals in the coming minutes. Di Maria in the second half now for Davido. Well, sorry, Vinci. Di Maria with lots of space, finding Neymar. Can he get a shot away? Well, this time around, tried to find that extra pass, but it just didn't work out for Vinci.
And it looks like in this tournament, really, when you take the lead early and you allow your opponent to equalize, he comes and takes the lead, and whether or not you are able to respond, that would determine whether he goes away with the win, an equalizer, or you come back and turn things around on its head.
Well, that has been how things have been shaping up, but we'll see if Vinci changes the narrative. Lovely play from Vinci. Can he get a goal out of it? And shockingly, he doesn't, because the composure from Vinci in that situation to give that extra pass was brilliant. But excellent defending. Kudos to Davido in that situation as well. Not panicking, but just getting those defenders in line to be able to block that, well, that shot into that open net, because the goalkeeper was found wanting. Vinci still on the attack. Di Maria, Messi, and Lucas Hernandez in that defensive role gets that all-important block. Marquinhos on the other end does the same as well for Vinci. Messi. And the transition from defense into attack has been so rapid from Vinci. No slow paced attack, no patience. It's just quick attacks from here on now for Vinci. Kimpembe into Mendes, Ramos, quickly trying to find his way into those dangerous areas. Now in those dangerous areas, Neymar. And it seems like the cutback is always letting him down at this moment, Vinci.
Well, I think that Davido has actually really adapted to his style of play and is able to cut out the passes at the very last minute. Allows his play to build up and cuts it off in his box in the final third. Either that or the passes are not as lethal as we thought coming from Vinci.
And that style working brilliantly for Davido up till now. Can Vinci get back into the game? Di Maria into Ramos, well, trying to thread that ball into Mbappe, but just couldn't find his man, and a chance for Davido to break, but gives the ball away cheaply again. And this time, Hugo Lloris comes to collect, and Davido is also using Jules Koundé in that right back spot, and it seems to be working perfectly for him.
I mean, again, like we said, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
Once it's working for you, go all the way with it.
And it's just working wonders for Davido at the moment. He has Vinci on the ropes now. Has another attack. Out for the cross. And the idea from Davido to try to find that extra pass was brilliant, but just couldn't find the open man. Ben Yedder with a shot away, but here come the AI blocks again. And it might just be too late for Vinci, but has 10 in-game minutes to try to find another equalizer. Mbappe. Elastico there from Vinci, twisting and turning, trying to find that cutback, but Di Maria, well, gets the ball when I actually thought it was going to be offside. Finding the extra pass, Mbappe, and a poorly timed finish from Vinci just cost him. He actually had the chance to kill the game, and it seems like in those final moments he's panicking a bit. Very shocking from Vinci.
Maybe, just maybe, complacency might have set in. And you see that Davido is also giving away passes.
But this time around, Vinci opting for that near post finish, killing Mbappe with his weak foot. Levels things, 2 goals apiece now, and I'm sure the spoils are going to be shared. But Vinci has different ideas in this final moment. Messi trying to fight Kylian Mbappe. Can he get that last gasp? Winner! And the agony from Vinci.
Very, very, very costly miss, because if he had scored, that was the game for him, and he missed it.
Just the last kick of the game, and Kylian Mbappe spent that chance. I just think he meant to score so much that he just hits the power button, the shoot button too much, and I just don't know what went through his mind. But Vinci is going to feel a bit hurt and very, very disappointed that he didn't get that, because he had so many chances to take the lead. But that is how that group stage match ends, as Vinci and they both share the spoils.
I've always been an advocate of never allowing your emotions to show, or allowing your emotions to get the best of you. Hence my name, Ice Cold Sniper. But you realize that in that final build-up play from Vinci, he allowed his emotions to get the best of him in the press of the final button for the shot, and it scaled over the post, and that was what cost him the match. Even though he lost the match early on in the game, when he allowed Davido to take the lead, a 2-1 lead ahead of him, he was able to equalize. But that final build-up play was very crucial to him taking the game. He was unable to do it.
But from Davido's camp, I think it's lesson learned now for him, because in those final minutes, you don't lunge into attacks, because immediately you lose the ball. The momentum just shifts on to your opponent's favor, and Vinci nearly capitalized and got the win. And I'm sure Davido will be taking so many lessons from that just ended game. But brilliant game we had on the stream there. It is the win for that tournament ongoing here at the Arena 233. And the gaming on show has been top quality, top class gamers going head to head to try to win something for their dads during this festive occasion. And it's just so beautiful to see how things are panning out in both of the groups, in Group 1 and Groups 2 respectively. But taking into account the way this game just ended, it seems like the groups are now well balanced a bit, because if you had asked me to actually select a winner in the just ended game, I would have probably leaned towards Vinci, but Davido kind of surprised me with the way he played. So there's no easy fixture in this tournament so far.
Well, sometimes I think that your mental composure really matters, because when you take an early lead, you are more, you are leaning more towards, having to relax and just, take things a bit easy. And I think that's what happened.
Yeah,
when
prone
it came
to being like a daisical and a bit bad. But kudos to Davido not letting it get to him, and Vinci as well, as they both share the spoils. And that is how it panned out in that game. We're bringing you another group stage encounter very, very soon. But it is the win for that challenge. And I'm just excited. I'm just so excited and happy that these gamers get a chance to play in a tournament. What a better way to get something for your dad by you being a gamer yourself, by actually winning a tournament and being able to approach your dad and say, hey dad, I actually won a tournament to be able to get you this prize. I'm sure it's going to change conversations from here on now.
I mean, like we said when we started this conversation, or this stream actually, these are some of the ways that we break the bias that African parents have towards gaming. And of course, we are looking at that because we understand how important they are to the growth of esports in not just Ghana, but in Africa as a whole. We understand that they play a very crucial role if we are going to move forward, because they need to allow the awards to come out to compete. And if most of the awards that we have, or most of the gamers that we have, are living in the houses with their parents, we need to make sure that the parents really understand just how important it is that gaming is not gambling. Gaming is
very
not,
important.
just anything that you have rascals do. But gaming is a way of developing yourself, not just physically, but mentally as well. And we are seeing that. So being able to win for your dad, being able to get a prize package for your dad and say that, hey, Pops, I won this for you, and this came as a result of me playing games. The game that you said I shouldn't play, I won this for you, so here it is.
Well, it's even going to give the world a chance to be able to attend more tournaments and to be able to compete in more tournaments, because I'm sure if he approaches his dad the next time and says, oh, hey, Dad, I'm going to play in another tournament, there are not going to be too many questions asked. We are hoping that is going to be the case in the subsequent tournaments to come back. Interesting initiative from the sponsors of this tournament in GGC, Esports Africa News, Esports Africa Tournament, and Arena 223, and this lovely space they have for us. And I think with gaming spaces and places, I think Arena 233 in Ghana is up there with the best.
Yeah, and we might look to do a bit of ranking when it comes to spaces or gaming spaces in Ghana, in Accra to be specific. Arena 233 is up there. It's top 3 or top 2, if not number 1, because it's really beautiful. The gaming space here is breathtaking.
And
absolutely breathtaking.
What makes me happy about Arena 233 space actually is they just didn't focus on console gaming, PC gaming as well, and gaming chess, things we haven't been seeing in esports in Ghana, and they've just brought it all out, and they've done tremendously well, and thank you for giving us the space to host this brilliant tournament. But we have another match on the stream, and this time around PSG going up against Bayern Munich. First time we are seeing Bayern Munich on the live stream, and more variety of teams being brought out by these gamers. Joshua Kimmich into Thomas Müller, Leroy Sané, well, trying to get that shot away, the deadly Lewandowski, but just not getting his foot set as quickly as he would have wanted. And Hakimi finding the open Mbappe, trying for that near post, but that just proves how deadly Neuer is in the goal post. He's so much of a shot stopper. We actually forget how good he is with his feet. I just admire this goalkeeper so much that during those years in FIFA and probably FIFA 14 and 15, he was the top goalkeeper on the game. But it seems like when he was aging a bit, the narrative had to change and switch to probably a Donnarumma on this game. But Neuer is still up there with the top goalkeepers.
I mean, when you look at the kind of changes that he brought to the traditional goalkeeping role.
Yeah.
He played not just as a goalkeeper, but as a sweeper as well, coming out from not just his post, but the 18-yard box. And he really redefined what it meant to be a goalkeeper. And people seem to forget that this man, at a certain point, for 2-3 years, was dominating not just the goalkeeping scene, but the footballing scene, by making amazing stops and amazing plays.
And amazing strikes as well. I quite remember in that 2014 World Cup where Germany actually lifted the trophy. He was actually nominated as one of the top 3 for the Ballon d'Or, and it's just crazy to actually think that a goalkeeper could be considered as one of the best players in the world. So Manuel Neuer doing it all for Bayern Munich on the real life pitch and on the virtual pitch as well. But it's still goalless in our group stage encounter as Messi now coming out with the ball. Wijnaldum, well, finding Hakimi this time around, an interesting choice in that midfield as we have seen no Sergio Ramos this time around. Lovely reverse elastico into Mbappe, but that choice for Almenzi to shoot far post just let him down. Wijnaldum. Back to Verratti for Almenzi. It's a Kylian Mbappe. And this time around, the extra pass pays off. And that is what Almenzi was looking for in that previous chance. And it seems like we're going to be seeing more clinical finishes from Almenzi going forward.
Of course. And I was going to highlight the fact that we have seen the use of very, I wouldn't say unpopular, but not so regular features. Whenever Max Steve is playing, he started off with Manchester City, and now he's featuring with Bayern Munich. And he's able to cut through the defense, but sometimes the finishing is what he lacks.
Well, this time around, he got the finishing spot on as he equalizes, and Leroy Sané smashing near post of the goalkeeper to make it 1 goal apiece. And just interesting how this thing is poised right now as Almenzi and Max Steve go head-to-head in that group stage encounter. Almenzi already on the attack after conceding. Almenzi with a ball roll scooped in there, tried to find the extra pass, and Alphonso Davies comes to the rescue of Max Steve. It just shows you how diverse Max Steve is. He's able to switch his teams from, well, Man City, PSG, and now Bayern Munich. It just shows you how good this guy is, and he deserves to be playing against these top players in Almenzi as well.
I may want to speculate here and say that Max Steve might be a Barca fan, because one very interesting thing is the fact that you have Leroy Sané, who was a Man City player previously, Pep Guardiola, who was a Bayern Munich manager at a point, coming to City, and so he might have that, tiki-taka ideology, Johan Cruyff ideology in him, and that is what he might be using to play this game as well.
Well, and it just has worked for him up till now, as it's still level pegged in. Well, 45 minutes gone on the game clock in this encounter as Almenzi and Max Steve go head-to-head in the win for that challenge. Lewandowski. Well, when you ask gamers about Lewandowski on FIFA 22, and obviously previous FIFAs, they kind of tell you, I can't use Lewandowski because he's too slow. But Max Steve is trying to prove each and every one of those gamers wrong, and Lewandowski is working wonders for him.
I think Lewandowski is more of a technical player. He's very lethal when you are technically gifted. And so that is what may be making a difference for Max Steve, because he's technically gifted, his passes are very lethal and very precise, and he's able to work with all the precision that you can master as a gamer.
And that just suggests how gaming has evolved a bit, because in those previous FIFAs we saw slow strikers, but just as we are progressing into this new era, the pacey strikers kind of get annoyed, in the likes of Mbappe, Salah, Mane, Ronaldo, and it just makes Lewandowski a bit of a weird kind of situation to use. But Max Steve is trying to prove the odds wrong in using this Bayern Munich outfit as Kimmich wins the ball back. The breaker in the midfield there, Kimmich. Verratti. Well, trying to cut back there, Verratti, but Upamecano being so strong, it might just give it away. It does give it away there, Max Steve. A very, very poor giveaway there from Max Steve, but Almenzi just couldn't capitalize. Max Steve just got away with one.
I think that the composure in front of goal is also very important on the part of Almenzi. We saw that in his game against Chef Jeff, where he missed some very vital chances that came to bite him in the end. That game ended in a draw, but it was really important that he took certain chances. We are seeing him miss very gaping goals in the build-up of this game. And we saw another chance over there gone begging. And these things might come to hurt him in the grand scheme of things, but let's hope that it doesn't.
Well, and it is the hope that works for him as Almenzi takes the lead once again through Lionel Messi, and this time around he takes his chances because he's made quite a couple of sitters maybe, but this time around it rattles the back of the net, and Neymar nearly made it 3-1 for Almenzi. Max Steve just hanging by a thread, still has a chance to equalize. Max Steve, Nicolas Schule trying to find Leroy Sané. Neymar now for Almenzi. Well, Lionel Messi trying that finesse shot there, Almenzi, but too close to Manuel Neuer and saves it comfortably. 9 minutes now for Max Steve to equalize. Lewandowski, lovely threaded through ball into, well, Thomas Müller, and that lateral, heel to heel there from Thomas Müller, finding, well, Leroy Sané, the open man, finishing from close range. Leroy Sané, just as you made mention of him, he does the work for Max Steve, and we are level pegging again. And just another chance again once more from Almenzi, but it seems like Max Steve's defense is a bit is leaky a bit, and he's not able to be compact because every single time Almenzi attacks, he gets a one-on-one chance with the goalkeeper.
Exactly, and he's able to just split the defense open with his passes. Passes are very precise, but I think that the finishing is hurting him. He should be 6 goals up by now, but he's only 3 goals up.
Well, 3 goals to 2 in favor of Almenzi. 4 minutes to go for Almenzi to equalize, or, well, 4 minutes to go for Max Steve to try to equalize actually, or Almenzi takes all 3 points. Almenzi with another chance to seal it. Well, this time went with a softer touch and the chip shot, and they went for him, but Max Steve giving the ball away in a dangerous area allows Almenzi to put stamps on the game, and it's just all over as Almenzi comes up with those vital 3 points. Max Steve might be a bit disappointed. I'm sure he's a bit disappointed because he had the chance to have that final attack, but he rushed to make that build up and he gave the ball away cheaply.
It was actually very painful to watch because when you look at how cheaply he gave away the goal. I mean, just clear the ball. It's the final minute. Just clear the ball. It doesn't hurt, but you allowed yourself to lose by 4 goals to 2, which doesn't help anybody. And it does come to us, judging who goes through in terms of goals. You allowed yourself to be 1 more goal down than you actually should have.
It just could have come back to hurt him as well. If they had also had cleared the ball upfield, he had the likes of Lewandowski, so good in the air as well. He could have won him the ball, but those are the ifs in FIFA, and it's a what if now for Max Steve if he had just, well, hoofed the ball upfield. But that is it for that encounter as Almenzi comes out with all 3 points, winning by 4 goals to 2 in that encounter. And lovely scenes here from the arena, 2-3-3 in the win for that challenge. But just seeing how Amenzi is playing, it seems like he's on a bit of a roll now. I think he scored 2 or more goals in each and every single match he's played.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that we haven't seen too many high-scoring games, and by high-scoring I mean games that have gone beyond 4-0 or 4-2. You know, we haven't seen too many of that. We have only seen in the first match of the stream, I think OG Drizzy and Donai, which went 4-1, which ended 4-1 actually. And then you have you know, Almenzi and I can't quite remember his name. And then 4-2. Actually, Max Steve.
Steve, actually.
I don't know why his name.
Because he's kind of new on this, in the scene. It seems a bit difficult to remember his name. But I'm sure he's going to make us remember his name in this tournament.
Yeah. And you have Vinci leading Group A there with 2 wins out of 4 matches played. He's drawn 2. He has 8 points. Marin coming second. He's lost 2. He has a game in hand, and maybe he could go top, or he could just draw first place with Vinci.
But interesting goal difference there. Vinci has got 6 goals to his name because he's been conceding less, and mine just has a goal. So even if Marin wins his next match, he'll still have to keep that second place spot.
May score 6
goals
or more goals.
That is going to be very, very interesting in that next game. But it seems like Vinci and Marin are setting the pace in the tournament a bit. They are the top 2 in that group 1 actually. But we'll see what the other competitors will do about that. I'm sure they have something in mind as we are bringing you the next game on stream in the win for that challenge. But how has the tournament gone so far for you? It's been so competitive. We haven't seen any easy games on stream.
It's met my expectations, maybe even gone beyond. You have OG Drizzy, who I was looking forward to having progressed, because I'm sure when we look at the rankings for Group B, he would be on top. Obviously, the match coming on between Davido and Oasis is something to look forward to. Davido playing with Vinci, and even though it was a very tight game, you know, we saw his play. We saw that he was able to split defenses. Oasis as well, playing in that first match, and we saw his gameplay as well. This is very interesting. But the tournament in general has lived up to its expectations, having some very good scenes, very good plays, very good gamers coming through to showcase that they are indeed trying to win for that and get that prize money as a way to celebrate their dads and wish them. It will be a special way to wish your dad a happy Father's Day.
Of course. I'm so happy these guys have the chance to actually do this, and kudos to the sponsors once again. They've done brilliantly well. Amazing idea, amazing concept behind this tournament, and I'm hoping there are more tournaments like this going forward. It just gives a sense of importance to the tournament, and a sense of urgency in the tournament. It's not only cash prizes that you are going to win, you're actually going to win something for someone you actually love. And I'm sure we are going to see more of such tournaments, well, during those festive seasons and festive celebrations as well. But that is how it is going down here at Arena 233. The win for that tournament shaping up nicely. We'll bring our next group stage game between Davido and Oasis very, very shortly. But I spoke with you earlier. You kind of told me, was your name Ice Cold an inspiration from Trey Young a bit?
So, Ice Cold comes from my usual expression when I'm playing video games. Also because I play basketball, and Ice Cold is not inspired by Trey Young. I will be very honest. It's not inspired by Trey Young. I play basketball, I play 2K, and most of the time from the 3-point line, I'm ice cold. Ice cold in the sense that I can go 3 for 3 or 0 for 3. And so it just really works when I'm ice cold and, you know, lethal. I am ice cold and lethal. When I go cold, it is also very cold, a cold slump. But the full name actually is Ice Cold Sniper. because when I don't miss, I don't miss.
Deadly name. And a name which is going to scare your opponents, actually.
Of course. When I'm lethal, I'm lethal. But when I have a cold slump too, it's actually very, 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 very frustrating.
Well,
to say the least.
just reminds me of the just ended NBA Finals. Jason Tatum was so ice cold, like he was just in a slum. But getting away from the NBA, it's still the win for that challenge here at the Arena 233. It's FIFA 22 on the PS5. And the top gamers are here trying to showcase their talent and then actually win something for their dads. And speaking about esports teams in Ghana, I think it's a new initiative that is actually dominating nowadays, and it's so beautiful to see that every time you wake up and you turn on your phone, go on social media, you see an esports team signing a player or an official or something. It's just so brilliant to see. And also Esports Africa News broadcasting it for the whole world to know that that esports team has signed a player. How important is it for esports teams to be signing players and then making them feel part of a community or team?
I think when you have unions and you have organizations coming together to make sure that there is that kind of unity in an industry, it's very important, because then it allows for structure and it allows for proper negotiation chips on the table whenever players are going in there to negotiate their contracts and to get, money. Obviously, they can't play for free. They have to make money. They have to make, this has to be a source of income for them. So being a part of this team or these teams makes it really, really important and allows them to have more negotiation chips on the table.
We are still in the group stage encounters as the Vido and Oasis go head to head, and early on it is Oasis who desperately needs the win, because in his last game he actually lost and desperately needs these 3 points to give him at least a chance at qualifying. But the Vido tried to have a say in that, and Kylian Mbappe levels things up for the Vido, and it seems to be quite his mantra. He's always going down a goal, and every single time he equalizes. But Oasis again still on the attack. It seems like it's going to be kind of a basketball game right now. Just attack, you attack, it's your turn, attack, and when it's my turn, I also attack.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note how early these goals have come in the last few games. We've seen goals come really early, some as early as the 5th minute in the game. And it really sets the pace for the entire game, because then everybody's on their toes and everybody is trying to do the right thing so as not to go too far behind in the game. And
that missed chance from Mbappe is just why sometimes these pacey strikers are not liked by some players, and they prefer the likes of Lewandowski or Cristiano Ronaldo, because I'm 100% sure Ronaldo or Lewandowski would have buried that header. But that is what just happened there, and Oasis just spending that chance there. But that Trivela free kick from Pogba nearly ended up into the back of the net. And another interesting thing about FIFA 22 on the PS5 is free kick scoring is so difficult. There are so many techniques to go by, but the defenders are so good that they prevent the free kicks from going, from rattling the back of the net. And we just saw that lovely strike there from Pogba, the Trivela free kick actually. I just love that type of free kick, but it just couldn't end up in the back of the net. And that just spells out what you just said earlier, that goalkeepers have evolved throughout the FIFAs and they've been brilliant so far.
Of course, like I said, when you look at the kind of revolution that was brought to the game by the likes of Manuel Neuer to what it is now, goalkeepers have become more integral, not just as the last line of defense, but as the first line of attack as well.
And Hugo Lloris being that first line of defense and just that first line of attack on that occasion there, saving that chip shot attempt from Oasis to keep the Vido still in this game. 1 goal apiece heading into that 35th minute in game. Di Maria will try to thread that ball. A very, very crucial pass. Into Messi there. But on the other end, wow, what a sequence of events. Nearly gave the ball away, Oasis, but just as the Vido pounced, got that chance to shoot with Paul Pogba, but just rattled the post, and it's still a goal appeal, shockingly. Messi now for Oasis, and Neymar Jr. firing far post for him to take him 2-1 up. And what I like about my favorite player, in fact, on the PSG team is Neymar because of his 5-star weak foot trait. That is so important on this game. It allows you to shoot from possibly all angles in the penalty box and even outside, and it just makes him so deadly on the game. And I think he's the most dangerous player on the PSG team.
Well, I mean, when you look at the flair he exudes, and that was a beautiful shot. But I mean, going back to the Neymar being a 5-star weak foot player, when you look at the kind of flair he has, he's one of the most skillful players on the team, and being able to shoot from any distance makes him a very lethal threat.
Well, going into that second half, after that blossoming first half with goals, loads of goals in that first half, 3 goals actually, so Oasis leading by 2-1. Well, trying out that same stuff there, that through ball into Mbappe, but this time around cut out by Raphael Varane. Pogba into Mbappe now for Davido, trying to level things here. Diaby, and the shot away from Diaby, well saved by Donnarumma. And that's one thing about the French national team. It's kind of only Kylian Mbappe that has, and probably Antoine Griezmann, that has excellent finishing in the attacking goal. The likes of Diaby, Nkunku, and the rest don't have that type of top-notch finishing, and it sometimes costs you, as it just did for Davido on that occasion.
Well, I mean, when you look at the style of play for Davido, I don't think that he's too concerned about that. He's just looking at power and being able to get the ball at the back of the net. Whether or not it's on the weak foot, he doesn't really seem to care. He just wants you to be able to power that shot to behind the net of the goalkeeper.
Ben Yedder for Davido, and wow, the shots are coming from all angles from Davido. Just can't seem to beat Donnarumma at this point. We just saw one there from Ben Yedder, and the defender just blocked the ball, and another lunging shot there from Paul Pogba, but excellent goalkeeping by Gianluigi Donnarumma. Davido trying very hard to get that equalizer, and Oasis with a chance. Lovely cross into, interestingly, Messi, not the most favorable player to actually cross because of his height, but he still the cross. And Oasis, well, concedes on the other end as Davido with Kylian Mbappe once more equalizes. And how this game is shaping up is going to be crazy in those final minutes, because it seems like it's going to be attacking. The attacking sides are always going to be coming out on top against the defensive sides, and that just seems to be the order of the game. Another attack there, but just couldn't find it.
This has similarities to the game between Almenzi and Shevchev, where you have them being able to score at will, but not being able to take certain crucial chances when it mattered in the game.
And very important, well, notes there, because you're missing so many chances, both of these guys, who at the end of the day is going to find that crucial goal to give him all 3 points. Di Maria trying to find Mbappe there as Oasis trying desperately to find his 3rd goal in this game. Pogba threading that lovely ball into Diaby, and wow, I honestly thought the referee was going to whistle for a penalty.
Well, it looks like it was well timed, and he was able to get the ball off the man in time to not get a foul.
Well, and probably Oasis just got away with that because the video was on a roll. Neymar now for Oasis on the counter, finding Kylian Mbappe, threading it to Messi. Can he finish this off? Well, just some slow passing there from him, prevent him from getting that all crucial pass into the attacker. But another chance here. Oasis, can he get the shot away and tries to chip the goalkeeper agonizingly wide for Oasis, and in the dying minutes, no one seems to be able to take their chances to get all 3 points on board. But Koundé trying to thread the ball into Antoine Griezmann for Davido. It's a back-to-back attack affair here as the Arena 2-3-3 encounter. Well, wait for that encounter between Davido and Oasis. Oasis with another chance to shoot again. And Lionel Messi this time around blocked by N'Golo Kante. Pogba, well, trying to thread that ball into Mbappe, but just seems to be cut out. I just love how the flow of this game has been since the first minute. It has been attack from both of these guys. We'll see if someone is able to walk away with all 3 points. Final moments now for Oasis to get another chance into the box, and well, that cross to find Kylian Mbappe was just not the best, as Davido had so many men back. And final chance for Oasis to get a shot away, but Marquinhos' feeble attempt ends in the hands of Hugo Lloris, and that is it for that encounter. And Davido and Oasis shared the spoils, and I think Oasis has drawn so many games in this tournament. It might just not be the best for him, because getting wins on board are so important in group stage matches, but he seems to be not getting the job done, because in this game he actually had chances to win the game.
The final turn of events was actually really terrible on the part of Oasis, who had actually Davido, who was using PSG, right?
No, Davido was using France, right?
Yes. So Oasis, on the part of Oasis, when you look at how he was able to cut through the defense, those final 2 touches, those final 2 passes really let him down, because he should have just kept his composure. He was in the final third, and so whatever happens, he needed to make a move before the referee would have blown the whistle. He needed to take his time and get a goal, but he rushed it, and the keeper came out tops in that situation.
And that was just what happened with Oasis in those final situations, unable to convert and unable to get those 3 points on board to be able to propel him to the next stage. We'll be bringing you those updates from the group stage rankings very, very shortly to see who makes it into the next round of the win for that tournament here at the Arena 233, sponsored by GGC. Esports Africa News and Esports Africa Tournament. Lovely concept there. But we'll take another quick break, and when we are back, we'll be bringing you more action from the win for that tournament.
Press them notice, say they basic.
Yeah, Kojo, Charlie, where the boys there?
Few bruise crews, 2 screws loose. They like cratchy, why no katse? Who do you think you are? Your phone all be smart, Google dude, me at your ex and your boo boo too. Charlie, let's face it, most of these new rappers, them notice, say they basic.
Going to punish them here.
Well, PES is not my thing. I'm so much into FIFA.
How many games have you played?
2.
And what's been the scores for you?
1 draw and 1 win.
The other time was sorry for Jeff Lavista. This time is a win.
I think I've actually experienced great gaming tournament here today. And if you look at the creme de la creme, when you talk of the likes of Wonder Kid, we talk of Guy Kobe, and they've actually kicked the game running, and Wonder Kid scoring 9 goals in 2 games. That tells you how prepared and how good he's always been. He's just like an Italian wine.
I've been away for quite a long time, and I just wanted to come back to prove that I'm still one of the best in GH. It seems they have forgotten about me, but this time around I'm back here again.
Well, visionary passing, and here he is, Lionel Messi, and it's in! A goal
For this to be the first of its kind, the turnout is good, the energy is good. We're hoping that we would put together the FIFA community and then the Pro Evolution Soccer community to have one big gaming community in terms of soccer. So it's a good initiative by GGC, and we're hoping to get the best out of it.
I'm glad GGC has introduced Spurs tournament for the first time, so we are hoping to see more of it.
But anyways, what's your expectation for this tournament?
A sure win, first position.
As I come first now, I the first one. So as I can play 2 games tonight, I see everything they could.
I qualified on top of my group, so the confidence is there. And I don't even know him, so he won't be a problem to me.
Kiki says he doesn't want to meet you now. He wants to meet you in the final so that, he'll put some pepper in your eyes. What do you say about that?
I want him to feel the pepper now.
Wanaki, help me sing my song.
Everywhere Kiki they go, hey, he scored there. Everywhere Kiki they go,
Kiki BBs. Kiki BBs. You score me, Anna. No. A message to you.
What we want him to know is that the next tournament is not going to easy. He's not going anywhere. He's not going to win anything. If what the cup of water self, they carry go anywhere.
Do you have something to say?
Next tournament, I meet you. If I don't score you for you, win the game.
Was we in for the toughest, semi-final game, and it's between Kiki and Wonder Kid. I think there's no time for your chorus, but what do you have to say to Wonder Kid?
Oh, I'll surprise him.
It looks as if your confidence is low.
He's a good player, so I have to be careful.
There's been several tournaments that the unexpected happened. What would you say about this?
I wanted this match, but I've got it. So let's see what happens.
Isman. He might be through. He's in now. Oh, what a happy goal scorer. He's found the way past the keeper once already, and now he's knocked in his second. And the hat-trick is definitely on for him.
GGC Trio Games finally kicked off with an amazing performance in e-soccer.
It will surprise a lot of people that the director of a gaming company himself is participating in an event. David.
I mean, I won all my matches right from the group stages to this point, so I think I'm going to go on with that streak.
Kiki na ubenya. Are you sending a message to Habibu?
Sorry to him.
Habibu, Jeff says sorry to you.
I think it's a bragging right, so he needs to say something that can motivate him. So when we are on the hot seat, we will see the winner.
How did you say it?
There was a lot of pressure. People were screaming behind. It was just a new experience.
And the last 4, do you think you'll be able to win it?
Yeah, sure. I'm winning. I need the money for my, upcoming new video shoot. I'm an up and coming art, so yeah.
I'm taking it home. Wish. It's not my wish. It's mine.
After facing off with each other, the best stood out from the rest. Finals of GGC Trail Games.
The normal winners will not get it that easy.
My biggest offense, I'll say, was Nana.
GGC is not a joke.
I have to train hard and come back.
How did you see the game?
Wonder Kid is a big monster. You remove the last killer, he's the one there.
Obia won the master 4-1.
Nobody is not there again. The whole everywhere and beyond. 5-5 each.
You've watched the Invitational Series, Rapper Country, Champions League, and the Tertiary e-soccer series. You've wondered, which of these is the best?
After 2 goals without a reply, I realized the match was going to be an easy one.
This is the golden hour and is supported by EGL, home of electronics and appliances. GGC, building a great gaming community.
The GGC e-soccer Champions League.
When you're playing on the biggest stage with the greatest players, anything can happen.
This is going to be tough. Who knows what might pop up?
PS versus FIFA community. Let's see who is the best. Let's do this.
This game is proudly sponsored by NASCO and
Well, you're all welcome back to the Win for That tournament ongoing here inside Arena 233, sponsored by Esports Africa News, Esports Africa Tournament, and Jigs Gaming Community. Brilliant display of, well, top quality gaming from all the gamers so far. And I'm just here to bring you updates as we have a live ongoing game to determine who is going to make the top 2 to qualify to the next stage of the competition. And in Group 1 is kind of predetermined already, as Marin and Vinci have kind of set the pace and they set the bar high, as they both have 8 points. Mind you, they drew in their first game. They played each other in their first game and drew, and since then they've never looked back, constantly winning to put them top of the group, as Marin and Vinci placing first and second respectively, whilst Davido coming in third with 4 points, having played 3 matches. Oasis coming in fourth with also 4 points, also having played 3 matches, and being horrible 4 points so far, conceding almost 26 goals with no points to show for that. So that's how Group 1 is structured at the moment, and it seems like Vinci and Marin are going to be the one making strides into the next level of the competition. And in Group 2, actually, that is where the fun is, and that is where the kind of competitiveness we are looking for is. That is where the tension is, as OG Drizzy, Almenzi, and Chef Jeff all have almost equal points and are trying to get themselves that crucial points to propel them into the next stage, as OG Drizzy currently leading the group, Almenzi placing second for now, and Chef Jeff also placing third, and Donai coming in fourth, and Max Steve, well, currently at the bottom. Both Max Steve and Donai actually played really, really well, but it seems like Chef Jeff, Almenzi, and OG Drizzy were too much for them to handle. But at this moment, Chef Jeff and Almenzi both on the same points, while OG Drizzy kindly leads the group by just a single point margin. So we are going into that final game of that Group 2 encounter between Almenzi and OG Drizzy. Already 76 minutes gone on the game clock, and the scoreline just tells you how important this game is. No one is ready to take risks and probably have a leaky defense and concede a goal, because you know if you concede a goal, you're automatically out of the tournament.
Of course. And I mean, going back to Group 1, when we look at how things panned out, of course, when we looked at earlier rankings in the progression of the tournament, you did mention that it would be difficult for Marin to top the group. But Marin did top the group with a total of 13 goals, although he was on par when it came to points with Vinci. You have this match going here, and it looks like they're just having fun with it, because whether it's a draw, when it comes out as a draw, they both qualify. With just 1 point difference between OG Drizzy and Almenzi, and it looks like they're just having fun with it.
It seems like there's a mutual understanding between these two guys.
Of course. And so it looks like it's done and dusted. We have Almenzi and OG Drizzy just progressing for Group 2, actually.
Well, there is a goal, and shockingly, OG Drizzy probably gets the win. And as contrary to what you were saying, you actually thought you were going to settle for the draw, but it seems like OG Drizzy had different ideas, and he has that all-important goal to give him all 3 points on board. He was already leading the group, and I think he has set himself. He's sticking and staying at the top to propel himself into the next stage of the competition, and it seems to be all over for Almenzi as he's waiting for results from the other game that Chef Jeff is currently involved in, to see if he has a chance to make it into the next round. But OG Drizzy has booked the spot into the semi-finals of the Win for That tournament. Congratulations as the game comes on, and a bit of sportsmanship from the guys. That is another key important feature in the esports scene. Sportsmanship and the brilliant display there from Almenzi and OG Drizzy. And OG Drizzy's qualification status has been merited because he's played brilliantly so far. I think the only game where his defense seemed a bit leaky was in that game against Max Steve, and it seems like it was because he didn't actually know Max Steve that well, because Max Steve was kind of new to the system. But since then, he's never looked back, and he's played brilliantly so far.
Of course, and when you look at how the goal came about, it looked like he wasn't even going to try and attack, but then it just took Almenzi by surprise and got that goal, all-important goal, setting him undisputedly at the top of the group and bringing him up actually to 10 points. And we are still waiting for results from the match between that happened for Chef Jeff to see whether Chef Jeff actually qualifies ahead of our Menzi, because they were
on points
really, and I think they had the same number of goals as well, which made it very difficult to set them apart.
And just how shows you how competitive this tournament is. Everyone seems to want to get a chance to win something for his dad at the moment, and it seems like Menzi and Chef Jeff are the two who are going to be pit against each other to try to get a spot into the next stage. But as results coming in from the other games suggest that it is Chef Jeff who makes it into the next round of the Win for That challenge, and he's sitting right here with me. I'm going to take some thoughts from Group 1 suggests that Marin is the one who is going to propel to the next round, as well as Vinci, who both finished on 8 points. Mind you, they drew their first game, and it just sets the pace for both of them, and then winning the rest of their games. So they both have 8 points. And then in Group 2, it was Chef Jeff and OG Drizzy who finally made it to the next round of the competition. So I have Chef Jeff here with me, and I'm going to be taking some of his thoughts. Watching that final game between OG Drizzy and Menzi, it seemed like from the outside look, you probably have to be nervous a bit because the results are not in your hands. How were you feeling during that time?
Okay, so my fans were a bit nervous and all over, questions from everywhere coming up and down, but I told them to relax, and I was so comfortable and knew I was going to take the win. And I made them proud. So when I came out, I saw them rejoicing so much. Well,
very, very important victory for Chef Jeff in his final game. But it is a tournament that is being dedicated to fathers in the gaming community, actually, fathers of the gamers. And how important is it for you to have a chance to play a tournament, to be able to win something for your dad and get home and tell him, hey, Dad, I actually played a tournament, won for you, and here is your prize. Does your dad know you're an active gamer?
Yeah, my dad knows I'm an active gamer. He knows I'm here and he wished me the best. So I'm coming to
Well, very, very interesting thoughts from Chef Jeff there. I'll give you a final question now. Heading into the next stage, it's only top gamers from here on. There's only 4 gamers left. Yourself, OG Drizzy, Marin, and Vinci. I bet you've played all 3 guys before.
Yeah.
And you know it's going to be tough into those final stages, but do you have confidence that you can actually win it all?
Yeah, I'm surprised they're using tough, because it's not going to be tough for me. It's just a walk-on for me.
Well, I like the confidence from Chef Jeff, and I'm sure he's going to be cooking into the next round. Thank you, Jeff, for sharing your thoughts with me. But going ahead into the tournament fixtures, I'll remind you that we are heading into the next stage of the Win for That challenge, as Well, the semi-final of the win for that challenge as Chef Jeff, OG Drizzy, Vinci and Marin have booked their spots into the next stage of the competition. Feisty matches all over, and I'm sure everyone is looking forward to how things pan out. And this is what we mean by competitive FIFA gaming. All the names are top-notch gamers in the FIFA community, and I'm expecting high quality games from these players. And I'll be having a word with another player who has qualified from the group stages in OG Drizzy very, very shortly. But it has been a crazy moment so far. And OG Drizzy is finally here with me now. And how are you feeling after qualifying into the next stage?
Well, I feel good.
Well, he says he's feeling good, but I'm sure he'll even be more happier when he wins the tournament. Do you think you have what it takes to go all the way?
Of course. The last tournament I won, so I think I can.
It seems like
crush them.
It seems like you're a bit on a roll right now, but these guys you are going to face, it seems like they're a bit more difficult than the other tournaments that you played. Do you think it's going to be a factor to prevent you from winning this tournament this time around?
That's never going to be a factor because these guys are not like tougher than these guys I've met earlier. So I think I can, as I said earlier, I'm going to crush them.
Well, thank you, OG Drizzy, for sharing your thoughts with me. Booming confidence from the other qualifier as well. And these guys are just beaming with confidence, top-notch gamers in the country, and each and every single one of them knows what it takes to win a tournament. Each and every single one of them are serial winners in their own right. I have the thoughts of Vinci as well, big ups as well as another qualifier from the group stages, and he is here with me now. Because in that first game against Marin, it was a goalless draw. In that second game against Marin, it was a goalless draw. How did that game shape up? Because I thought it was going to be goals because the two of you are top players. Isn't that because you knew his gameplay so well, you canceled each other out and no one was able to score?
Yeah, actually, basically, I think his defense was very, very good. So that's how come I think mine was also good. That was how come we both couldn't put the ball at the back of the net in each other's pool.
Well, and it seems like it set the pace on there for me because since you drew that match, every single match you had won. So was it at the back of your mind that even the best player in the group couldn't score you, so the rest of the games you had taken it easier and you just beat everyone?
Actually, he was my toughest opponent, so I was like, at least let me just get draw against him, and the rest of the matches, I knew I could win the rest of the matches.
Well, and we are both in the same gaming group, and there has been some chit chat going on between you with the likes of Cobbs and Genie and the rest, and I'm sure they are watching you right now. But what message do you have for them? Because it seems like they still don't believe that you are a top gamer, and the phrase is he no catch yet. But I'm sure if you win this tournament, I'm sure their narratives will change. What are you going to do to show them that this time around you catch?
I think they should all watch out, and if they are actually watching this live video, they are going to see what like the form I'm putting on now. But as for Loki or Genie, Charlie, that guy, though he's good, but then I scored him several times. So as for Genie, if he's saying I no catch, it's one of the chats you understand as a gamer. You know, it's part of the game, so I understand you.
Oh, thank you, Big Up, for sharing your thoughts with me. We'll take the other thoughts of the final player who qualified from the group stages of the win for that tournament. I just like how all of these guys are booming with confidence so far. And I have Marin here with me. He's going to be telling me what he thinks about how the tournament has shaped up so far. And it's been brilliant since game one to the end of the group stages. And I'm just expecting top-notch quality gaming into the next level. I have Marin here with me. And how are you feeling after qualifying into the next stage?
Oh, very, very excited. I'm feeling very excited.
And from the outside look, you seem like a quiet person, and I don't see you at tournaments that much. But this time around, you've shown your face, and you're actually playing with these top guys. Are we going to be seeing more of you in subsequent tournaments to come?
Oh, of course, sure.
And being one of the favorites at this tournament, was there any pressure on you going into your group stage matches against the likes of Big Ups and the rest?
Oh, there was no pressure. There was no pressure at all.
So going into these final matches, do you have what it takes to win it all for your dad?
Oh yeah, of course. I have what it takes.
Well, those are the thoughts from Marin heading into the final stages of the win for that challenge stick and stay with us on the stream as we are bringing you the semi-finals of the Win for That challenge here at the Arena 233, sponsored by Esports Africa News, Esports Africa Tournament, and GGC. We take a quick break. When we are back, we are coming with the action. The biggest action of the day is the semi-finals of the Win for That tournament. Well, we're back on the stream of the Win for That tournament live at the Arena 233, sponsored by Esports Africa News, Esports Africa Tournament, and GGC. We are heading straight into the semi-finals, and we are bringing you action live from Marin, in our first game from Marin and Chef Jeff very, very shortly. And I'm hearing from our officials that it's going to be a one-off game in the knockout stages. And how are you feeling about just having to play one game and knocking your opponent out?
I mean, the excitement is just, you can feel the buzz, right? And you just knowing that it's the one-off thing, you're putting your all into it, you're giving it your all. I mean, from the get-go, it's always been a one-off, but you know that you'd have other chances. And seeing that there are only 4 people, right from the knockout, you're getting straight into the semis, you know that you have the chance to play for a 3rd and 4th position. Obviously, you don't want to go with 3rd and 4th. Everyone wants to win. But seeing that you're going into this and playing a one-time thing that could, you know, probably be your only chance at winning this competition, you're putting it all from the get-go, from the first whistle to the last.
Well, it is a do-or-die affair in the semi-finals of the Win for That challenge. A one-off game, so you're supposed to bring your best right from the onset. There's no slacking, there's no lagging behind.
Not at all.
Because if you're caught behind, if you're caught sleeping, it will be all over for you. It's the business end, and I'm expecting all the gamers to bring their A games in these final games. We're bringing you that game between Marin and Chef Jeff very, very shortly. But how do these two guys, how do their gameplays compare with each other? Because it seems like Marin is a bit slower when he's attacking, and Chef Jeff rapid, always attacking.
Well, I mean, Marin allows you to play your game, allows you to feel free, and absorbs everything in defense. He's very good on the defensive side, able to absorb all the attacks. But he's also really quick and really able to switch. Even though his build-up play might be a bit slow, if you allow him to play his usual possessive game, his build-up on the counter-attack is really, really, really quick. But you realize that Chef Jeff is always cooking, always has tricks up his sleeves, always looking to do one or two things to catch you on the surprise, right? But you have Chef Jeff, Marin, who's able to absorb all the attacks, and so it's very interesting to see this matchup, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it will pan out.
Well, very, very interesting thoughts from ISPO there. Just as I thought, it's going to be very, very difficult to predict who makes it into the grand final, because these two guys have just shown top quality gaming throughout the whole tournament, and I'm expecting the same level of intensity from both of these guys as we are heading into our first semi-final between Marin and Chef Jeff. Well, Marin, still going for that France outfit, and Chef Jeff still sticking with Paris Saint-Germain. I think in these stages, you'll have to stick with a team that you're comfortable with, not switching things up a bit. And that is what these guys are going for. No nonsense gameplay, no trying things out, no testing things out. Because in those group stages, when you've already won the group, you can actually test new teams out. But it seems like it's down to business for these guys.
Of course, and just as the point of correction, it looks like Chef Jeff is rather using the France outfit, and Marin is going with PSG. And so it's interesting to see how this will pan out. Perhaps PSG has much faster players than France, but Chef Jeff is the one using France, looking to get a few counter-attacks in there, or looking to get a few fast build-up plays in there. And even with the much faster players, PSG, which is being used by Marin, is going to relax and try and allow the game to come to him instead.
Well, it is time for the big one. One of the big ones actually is the semi-final of the win for that tournament here at the Arena 233, and we are underway as Chef Jeff and Marin go head-to-head in a one-off game, mind you. Kingsley Coman on the attack now for Chef Jeff. Pogba, borrowed there from Chef Jeff, trying to get that crucial pass into the box. Antoine Griezmann into Kingsley Coman, but that first time pass into the box just couldn't just lock onto the target, and there's an immediate counter-attack from Marin. Burrow scooped in there from Marin, tried to find that space, and finds Di Maria into Kylian Mbappe, and the reverse elastico just couldn't catch Kimpembe out, and Chef Jeff just comes away with it brilliantly. The intensity with which Chef Jeff is attacking is crazy, and Marin has changed a bit because he's attacking much quicker right now. Is it due to the fact that we are in the business and then things might just change from here on out?
I mean, I did mention that Marin is able to quickly switch when he's on the counter-attack, but when you allow him to build up, he's a bit slow and allows you to get really, really incentivized when you're defending. He can absorb the attacks. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that with Chef Jeff having to go ahead one goal in this game. He's able to absorb the attacks, Marin, but this time he wasn't able to do that. When he counter-attacks, it's really quick, it's really rapid, and he's able to get in front really quickly.
Well, and that has been the most important factor as Chef Jeff goes ahead in our first semi-final of the win for that tournament. Brilliant goal there by Griezmann. Far post of the goalkeeper and left him helpless as he takes a one-goal lead into this one. Di Maria now for Marin, who's trying to equalize. Mbappe lofted through ball into Kingsley Coman. Loads of space to work with for Chef Jeff. Tries that early crossing. And with some Ben that just couldn't steer that header into the back of the net. Well, was offside on that occasion, but lovely gameplay there from Chef Jeff. It's top-notch gaming from both of these guys in the semi-final, as everyone trying to get their hands on that brilliant prize to get something for their dads. Lovely pass there. And Kylian Mbappe once more for Chef Jeff. And the chef is cooking right now. He means business, and I just love that lofted through ball into Kylian Mbappe. Just shows how precise his gaming is, and it's brilliant. It looks like the lofted through balls are his style of play, and they are working for him so well. Has another chance to get another goal. Kylian Mbappe, well, lovely skill move there, just couldn't complete it. But Chef Jeff is on a roll, and he's cooking right now.
Of course, and the lofted through pass was a staple in FIFA 14. It still works in FIFA 22 on PS5. And you can see the dexterity with which he's attacking, whether through the middle, whether on the left side or on the right side. He's able to just cut through the defense on whichever side he pleases, and at this point, it's his to lose.
It is Chef Jeff's game to lose, as he has a crucial 2-goal lead, finding Kylian Mbappe. Just couldn't execute that ball roll to perfection as Donnarumma comes out for Marin. Intense gameplay here from the Arena 233 as we are heading into the semi-final of the win for that tournament. Two top gamers going head-to-head for a chance to make it into the final, and Chef Jeff kindly leading by 2-0. Raphael Varane for Jeff. He has a chance to cool things down a bit because he has that cushion, but gives the ball away poorly, and Kylian Mbappe pounces for Marin. Can he make good use of the counter-attack? Messi. Lionel Messi now for Marin. It's a Ghana gay, well trying to turn that ball into Di Maria. Well cut out by Paul Pogba. And the midfield blocks for Chef Jeff have done brilliantly so far in N'Golo Kante and Pogba so far. Diaby. And that tip through ball comes out again. And Antoine Griezmann, that lovely skill move which was only introduced in FIFA 22, is just working wonders for Chef Jeff, and Antoine Griezmann there nearly making it 3-0 for Chef Jeff. And that skill move, as I was reiterating earlier on, just introduced in FIFA 22 there, L2, and you just have to point into the back of the attacker twice. It's just a lovely skill move to use, usually used during the wings, but Chef Jeff seems to understand it a bit more, and he's actually using it in the opposition box. It's just crazy how he's been able to adapt to this new style of skills, and it's brilliant how he's been able to use it in his gameplay. And I just commend him for how he's been able to add it to his already set of skills that are so many. I must tell you, Chef Jeff is actually cooking right now. And heading into the second half, as Marin has it all to do going on from here. Mind you, it's a one-off game. This is the only game to determine if Marin or Jeff is going to make it into the win for that tournament finals. And now Messi trying to find that extra pass into Kylian Mbappe, but well cut out by Jeff. I think Jeff's defending in this game has been brilliant. He's just cutting out those passing lanes, and Marin just can't find that open man.
Of course. And when you look at just how he's able to build up from behind, at this point he's wasting time, but he is able to just string along passes, 5-6 passes, and get in front really quickly, just like he should. And he makes you play to his pace and goes wherever he wants to.
Well, moments ago I just had a chat with Chef Jeff, and he seemed so poised about winning this tournament. He also told me that his dad knew he was an active gamer and actually wished him luck going into this finals. I'm sure if his dad is actually watching him right now, he'll be so proud of his son, because he's putting on an excellent display in the semi-final here as he's looking for a way to find a ticket into the grand finale of the win for that tournament here at the Arena 233. Ghana Gay for Marin now, trying to get a goal to get back into this game. Neymar twisting and turning, looking for that crucial space to get the shot away. The scoop shots there, and Angel Di Maria still with the ball. Marin, well, just not seeming to get all those passes right, as Marin finding it a tad difficult to break down the stubborn defense of Chef Jeff in these semi-finals. Kylian Mbappe for Marin, still attacking, still has hope that if he gets a goal back at this point, he might just find a way back into the game. And Chef Jeff has a chance to seal it off now. Kylian Mbappe for Jeff. Can he finish it off? Near post finish for Jeff. Emphatic gameplay there from Chef Jeff. And that momentary smile from Jeff just tells you he means this and he really, really wants to get this prize. Kylian Mbappe once more for Jeff. Constant attacking from Jeff as he looks to seal the deal and make his way into the final of the win for that tournament. Lovely display from Chef Jeff, and he's been cooking all day long.
Of course, it's his job to cook. He's a chef. By all standards, he's cooked a really beautiful meal. And unfortunately, Marin had to find himself on the chopping board this time.
Wow. He has been sliced open on the chopping board there, Marin, and Chef Jeff, he's just rolling at the moment. It seems like every single time he attacks, he's always going to find or create an open chance. But can Marin get a go back to make things more interesting in this final moment? But what a tactical foul by Chef Jeff. And it ends him a red card, actually. Do you think that was necessary, actually?
Of course, of course. I mean, when in the game of wickedness, you don't allow your opponent to even get a consolation. And I think that he's just going really for the jugular here.
And tactical gameplay, if I would say, from the part of Chef Jeff to concede that tackle and then just get the red card for N'Golo Kante, preventing Marin from getting any momentum of that sort, because he was through on goal and probably would have gotten the goal and given him a chance to get back into the game. But what a lovely finesse shot there from Messi. Just couldn't find the back of the net, and Marin still can't get a goal on board. And as it stands, Chef Jeff is going to be our first finalist in the win for that tournament. The year before Jeff, mind you, Chef Jeff going down a man here in these final minutes. Paul Pogba for Jeff, laying it out into Antoine Griezmann. It seems like it's game management time now for Chef Jeff. He knows his 3 goals up and a man down, and with Marin's man advantage might just be too much for him, so he's just trying to manage the game in these final minutes and see it off as he tries to book a spot into the finals.
It will be a shame if Marin comes back from 3-0 down to win this game. And so he's doing all he can to not even allow him to get a single goal, because then it could change the momentum and shift it towards or in favor of Marin.
And it seems like everything Marin has thrown at Chef Jeff is not working. And 5 minutes on the game clock to make Chef Jeff cement his place in the finals. Has a chance to get 4. Can he get 4? Aurelien Tchouameni with that lovely chip, but this time around, Donnarumma saves for Marin, and it might be all over for Marin. His journey comes to an end in the win for that tournament here, as Chef Jeff is going to announce his place in the finals. Emphatic victory. What message do you think Chef Jeff is sending to the other finalists who's going to meet him in the win for that tournament final?
I think he's just really out here to get all these people to call him daddy at the end, because look at the kind of display, the disrespect. He's really not giving any regard to the life of Marin. Really torn him apart. 4-0. Even to the final 90th minute, he was able to get a goal and just member him completely.
And there you have it. Chef Jeff is our first finalist of the win for that tournament. Emphatic victory from him, actually. And this game was actually touted to be a very tough one. And I also asked him if going into the next stage, if this competition was going to be tough. He actually said it was actually going to be easy for him, and he's demonstrated it perfectly. An emphatic victory, 4-0. And I'm telling you, Marin is no slouch either, but kudos to Chef Jeff for making the final. And we'll have our other semi-final to find out who is going to face Chef Jeff in the win for that tournament final. But I think Chef Jeff has now set the pace on how the knockout stages are being played. Is like wickedness throughout.
There are no friendships when it comes to gaming. You are not my friend when we are behind the console, and so I think that is what Chef Jeff demonstrated. However, going into the next match, I kind of called it in the beginning of the tournament, Vinci versus OG Drizzy, and I would have expected to see this matchup in the very final game. We are seeing it really early on in the competition. It's bound to be a good game, and I'm hoping that we really do not get disappointed at the turn of events. big ups to Chef Jeff for coming out tops in this matchup. He really cooked, and it was a wonderful meal.
Well, it ended up being a very wonderful meal for Chef Jeff as he books his spot in the final. We are now ready to see who else joins him at the top of the tree. Is it going to be OG Drizzy or Vinci as they call him? And I'm just excited to see how this one pans out, because these two guys have been on a roll the whole day, scoring goals and defending brilliantly. Just an excellent balance between both of these guys, and I'm expecting top-notch gaming from these guys. I'm not sure this game is going to be as lopsided as the first semi-final was.
I'm expecting a lot of goals, but I just can't decide who's going to take it at the end.
It's so difficult to predict who's actually going to win this one, because it's a very, very tough fixture, as Vinci coming up against OG Drizzy is a match for the ages. Coming in our second semi-final of the win for that tournament just shows you how competitive this tournament has been so far. And I just like the turnout of events, because it was top gamers that we had throughout the tournament, and we have even more top gamers heading into the final. Do you think with the structure of the tournament, it's actually favored the top gamers? Because being in only two groups, it actually gives you an opportunity to not face yourself so many times, but only in the knockout stages and the road to the final, actually, as we are seeing only top gamers face themselves in the finals.
I think fair is fair, man. Fair is really fair, seeing the spread of the competition and seeing that they were able to face, the members of their group as many times as possible. Now, when you have this happening, it allows for you to be able to relax, to refresh yourself, so you are in top mental shape to face whoever comes next. When you have too many competitions or too many matches, you get exhausted at a point and you're not able to play to the best of your ability going ahead in the competition. So I think this matchup, or the way things have proceeded, is just perfect for this tournament.
And just a reminder of how things went down here at the Arena 233 in the win for that tournament. It was actually Marin who topped his group, and Chef Jeff actually placed second in his group. He was actually panicky a bit in that final stages, because it was that last match between Almenzi and OG Drizzy which gave him the tickets into the next round. But he's come into the semi-final and he's worked everything out, and he's booked the spot into the final. So kudos to Chef Jeff for making the final. And between these two guys, OG Drizzy actually topped his group, and Vinci came in second behind Marin. Do you think that is a factor? Because with how things pan out in the first leg, it seems like there's no regard for who plays second, because even if you place second, you can still beat the first place person in the group, and Chef Jeff just demonstrated that brilliantly in that first leg.
Well, OG Drizzy started the tournament really slowly in his first match against, I think, Oasis. He started the tournament really slowly and came into it in the latter part of his first
Struggled
match.
a bit against Max Steve as well.
Exactly. Vinci hit the ground running, although he had a slow match against Marin in the first match, which came out as the only goalless draw in this tournament, actually. Now, when you take that into consideration, you realize that progression through the tournament, both of them have really picked up form, and is honestly going to be difficult to call it at this point, but we are hoping that I was tipping OG to win this entire tournament. I don't know what it's going to look like. If he wins, kudos to him. I'll be really excited. But at this point, whoever wins has proven themselves as the top gamer and have won it for their dad.
And I'm sure both OG Drizzy and Vinci are poised for this one and are looking forward to make the final. But it seems like it's added perspective to this semi-final, because OG Drizzy and Vinci are actually quite good friends. But I know High School doesn't like me using the friends word in the gaming setting.
You actually make me smile when you say friends, because I don't know what that is when I'm behind a console.
Well, it seems like these gamers agree with you as well. They don't know any friend behind the console, but these two know each other very, very well, and we'll see how things pan out. If it's going to be a KG affair when most of the guys that know each other meet, that's how it usually pans out. But I'm actually expecting a very, very free-flowing game, and we'll see if OG Drizzy can actually continue his run of form of winning tournaments. Because mind you, in his last tournament, he did brilliantly well, and he took home the victory, carried the day, and we'll see if he can continue with that trend. But not to write off Vinci, he's been very, very good for quite a while. Just the form has dipped a bit, but we'll see if he's able to pick up that form. He has a point to prove for other gamers out there, as there are some doubters of Vinci, and I think it's added motivation for Vinci to actually win this tournament.
Well, I mean, this might be a turnaround in his form, but as it stands, whenever gamers pick up form and start winning tournaments, they go ahead to win not just 1, 3, 4, 5 tournaments, as in the case of Vinci himself last year, where he won a series of tournaments. Wonder Kid, Guy Kobe, Prince Jonas, who has been on a roll much recently, he's won 3 or 4 back-to-back tournaments, to the point where he was able to win 2 tournaments within 2 days. So he won one today, won one the following day. And so this may be a turnaround in form for Vinci, but as OG Drizzy has won a previous tournament, he may have the skill slightly tipping in his favor.
Of course, and there we have it. It's our second semi-final of the win for that tournament. Who faces Chef Jeff in the final? It's going to be Big Ups or OG Drizzy, as both of these guys go head to head to find out who wins that big prize to surprise their dads and will actually win for their dads in this tournament. Mind you, OG Drizzy in the France outfit, as Big Ups this time around opt for Paris Saint-Germain. OG Drizzy attacking early on, but Big Ups dealing with it very, very well. Messi back to Marquinhos for Big Ups, trying to control the pace of the game from here on. And a poor line of defense there, trying to use that high press from OG Drizzy nearly let him down, and Big Ups nearly took advantage of it, because that offside trap nearly gave an easy chance to Big Ups, but good recovery there from OG Drizzy to prevent Big Ups from just scoring easily, and OG Drizzy with a chance very early on. Lovely celebrations to match, and there's no joking from OG Drizzy in this semi-final, as he goes a goal ahead against Big Ups. And it's so lovely to see that these guys are so poised to win for their dads. And lovely turn of events there, as OG Drizzy takes a 1-goal lead going into this one. Big Ups has it all to do from here on now. Verratti for Big Ups.
Well, I think maybe the name change for Vinci, who started the competition as Vinci, obviously changing it to Big Ups now, may really be affecting him, like you said in the beginning. Maybe names really do take an important place really when you're playing video games. And when you look at the expression and demeanor of OG Drizzy, calm, collected, unexpressive, doesn't even smile when he scores a goal, because he knows that the plans he has for you are not of good but of evil, because he's going to take every single ounce of dignity that you have, and he's not looking to just win by a single goal to nil. He's looking to go for 5 goals up and win the competition.
And you can just tell that OG Drizzy meant serious business. Cut out the pass, trying to find Di Maria there. Big Ups. And OG Drizzy on the attack once again. It seems like he's going to be attacking very, very quickly in the game, as he opts for that striker drop back again. Very, very interesting decision, as he has been using that tactic for so long in this tournament. OG Drizzy, can he find that second? Kylian Mbappe, the ball to base the defender away. And Big Ups nearly gave OG Drizzy an easy shot at goal, because that shifting of the goalkeeper to the right side nearly gave OG Drizzy an easy shot at goal to the goalkeeper's left. But OG Drizzy just couldn't take advantage, and Big Ups is still in this one. OG Drizzy trying to execute from the short corner kick, but this time around Donnarumma comes and claims for Big Ups. Big Ups, lovely switch of play there from Big Ups. Mendes, well, losing the ball very, very poorly to Kunde, as OG Drizzy comes away with it. Nkuku into Ben Yedda, and just as he tried to fire away, Big Ups stepped in with that crucial tackle and wins the ball. Big ups trying to create an attack of his own, and Kylian Mbappe, and that tap just let him down there. Big ups, and it's just so quick how Big ups is just trying to find. It seems like if he takes his time to build the attack, OG Drizzy is able to, should I say, arrange his defenders so quickly it prevents him from creating the attack. So we are seeing more quick attacks from Big ups, and you think it's going to work out for him in the coming minutes?
I think when he's unable to dictate the pace, he's already lost it, because you have OG Drizzy already dictating the pace for him or to him, and so he needs to build up quickly, and that is the pace that OG Drizzy is dictating to him.
Well, it seems like OG Drizzy still has to at least score a goal to be able to cement his place in that final and book a date with Chef Jeff in that final, because Big Ups feels like he has a goal in this one, has a chance now here. Big Ups, Kylian Mbappe, well, didn't out for the cutback there, tried to go for that time finish shot near post, but well saved again by Hugo Lloris. And Big Ups still trying to find a goal, trying to find him out with that lofted pass there, but well done defensively by Drizzy. Back and forth, we are going here in the second semi-final. And that through ball attempt there from Drizzy, very, very smart play there. And then we've seen that driven pass again once more from Big Ups as he equalizes. We've said it time without number that it is his go-to move, that driven pass, and we see it executed to perfection. It just keeps working well for him.
I think
throughout the whole tournament.
He's perfected that art form of the driven pass. However, I still think that OG Drizzy is able to perfectly dictate the pace of this game, and he passed it just by the stroke of the neck.
Well, just as the game promise goes, we have goals in our second semi-final. Big Ups equalizing there to level things up. And OG Drizzy kind of set back a bit, but this is how competitive the semi-final of the win for that tournament is. Wow, that player lock, well, trying out that player lock there from Big Ups, just couldn't find Neymar on that occasion, was just brilliant. The idea was brilliant, but just couldn't come to fruition on that occasion, as Griezmann comes away with it for OG Drizzy. 60, about half an hour gone on the game clock, and OG Drizzy with another chance. And Antoine Griezmann this time makes no mistake from close range. And I highlighted on that earlier on, as Big Ups likes to shift the goalkeeper a bit, and he's done it this time around, but OG Drizzy was a bit smarter and waited for him to shift the goalkeeper and just shot it through that empty side, and it didn't work out for Big Ups this time around.
Of course. And OG Drizzy has always been calm in front of goal, the final third, makes no mistakes, and is able to convert from close range.
Well, very, very important goal for OG Drizzy, looking to book a date with Chef Jeff in the finals of the win for that tournament. Remind you of our sponsors, GGC, Arena 233 for this space, Esports Africa News and Esports Africa Tournament, bringing you this win for that tournament, giving the gamers a chance to play and win for their dads, as Big Ups, OG Drizzy, and Chef Jeff are all looking for a chance to win an amazing prize for their dad. Kante for OG Drizzy. Can he seal the deal? OG Drizzy well in Kunku with the ball roll there, just took the ball away. And Big Ups comes away with it. Final minutes now for Big Ups to trying to find a goal. Lofted pass into Neymar, and the defending from OG Drizzy in these final few minutes has been stellar. It has been stellar, and it might just be enough to help him sail through to the final. But it's not all over for Big Ups, as there are few minutes gone, few minutes left actually on the game clock for him to equalize. Hakimi finding Messi on the flank. Time is running out for Big Ups to be able to get that crucial equalizer. Messi into Ramos. Neymar, how important these final few minutes are for Big Ups to be able to get that equalizer. Verratti, and OG Drizzy comes away with it again. Very, very crucial interception, but that lovely offside trap allows Big Ups a chance again, but he gives the ball away poorly, and that might just be it. That might just be it, as OG Drizzy is going to be the one to book a date with Chef Jeff in the final, as Kylian Mbappe rounds the goalkeeper, fires it into the empty net, and cool, calm celebration from OG Drizzy to cap it all off. The sequence of events in those final few minutes just...
It puts you at the edge of your seat, but eventually Big Ups let it go. OG Drizzy had Big Ups' number. He dialed. Unfortunately, Big Ups picked up, and he was able to control the game from the very beginning. From the very, very beginning. And it's good to see OG Drizzy in the final like I predicted. Hopefully we get a good game between him and the chef. And hopefully he comes out tops. I am gunning for him, but if Chef Jeff comes out tops as well, I'm very happy. I'm very okay with that.
Wow. And that is how the final is going to be. It's Chef Jeff going against OG Drizzy. The names just say it all. Two of the biggest names in the FIFA esports scene in the country. But first of all, we'll have a third and fourth place match between Marin and Big Ups. We've already seen this game already in the group stage encounter. I'm not sure you're going to see a goalless draw again, because this time you have a chance to win something for your dad actually.
Of course. And I mean, they've warmed up in the competition, so we are hoping to see the best plays from both of them, and we will be sure to see a lot of goals in this particular matchup.
Well, and that is how I'm sure it is going to pan out, because it's the third and fourth place match, so find out who is actually going to place third and the win for that tournament between Big Ups and Marin coming up very, very shortly. But it is the top two, OG Drizzy and Chef Jeff, who are going to have the chance to win the ultimate prize. And they've kind of merited this opportunity to make it to the finals, because they've both played brilliantly. And just taking into account how Chef Jeff has played throughout the whole tournament, he actually came in second in your group. Just tells you, even if you are not first in your group, you can actually make the finals. But OG Drizzy has been conquering so far, and in his previous tournament, he actually won it all in that Rep Your Jersey tournament, and he has a chance to actually win it all this time around again. And it seems like OG Drizzy has a chance to also win back-to-back tournaments. How big of a confidence booster is that going to be for OG Drizzy?
I think this just cements his form really as being the top gamer currently, having won one competition already. It just has put him in that right mental space, right mental state to go ahead and win it all. He's controlled. He's had a 100% win record since the start of this competition. He hasn't lost a single match, and he has gone ahead to win every single one. Chef Jeff drew with Almenzi in the beginning of this tournament, and so that has really dented his record in this tournament. Going into the final, the favorite to win it obviously is OG from my perspective or from my viewpoint. But these are two very, 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 very equally matched gamers. And so we are just looking to get a good game from both of them.
Well, we'll see how the final pans out. But in the meantime, it is the third place match. Going to find out who's actually going to place third and the win for that tournament. And Big Ups and Marin will be going head to head very shortly. But when you actually play tournaments and there's actually a chance for you to place third after losing your semi-final match, placing third kind of feels like a consolation. You actually have a chance to say to yourself, I didn't play my best, but I didn't play my worst as well.
Of
so
course.
These gamers have a chance to pick themselves up actually. And who do you think is actually going to take this game?
Well, I mean, looking at the first game and how things panned out, looking at the fact that you have the loss to OG Drizzy fresh in his mind, Big Ups is coming out guns blazing. Of course, Marin also did not play too well in that loss to Chef Jeff, and so he also has a point to prove. It's really difficult to say that this person or this person is going to do this or do that, but I would want to put my foot out and say that because of the loss being fresh in his mind, Big Ups perhaps may have that edge over Marin.
Well, we'll see if that analysis from my school there is actually going to play out. But it is FIFA, anything can happen. Marin losing very disappointingly to Chef Jeff, losing by 4-0, and Big Ups losing by 4 goals to 2 actually against Big Ups. So it's just interesting to see who's actually going to place third in this tournament and actually have that consolation prize as well. And it's going to do them a whole lot of good after you are being able to place third. That is what FIFA is all about. It is about competitiveness, and at each and every stage, we've had top gamers going at it, and it just shows you how well these players actually play and how poised they are to actually win something for their dads. And heading into these third and fourth place, match, I'm expecting still top quality gaming, and do your best to actually place third and still have a chance to win something for your dad. Not being the ultimate prize, but you still walk away with something, and I'm sure we'll still have top quality gaming. I'm not sure the level of gaming is going to dip. I'm sure they'll still bring their A game and still try to walk away with something.
I'm actually, looking at perhaps Marin changing his style of play and getting more aggressive, especially with not waiting for the game to come to him, but actually taking the ball by its horns and attacking from the onset, not waiting for a counter-attack opportunity. Of course, he's going into this game using the France outfit, while you have Big Ups using PSG, and so it's going to be interesting to see how things will pan out. He's not playing Ben Yedder in his natural attacking position. He's playing him as a central attacking midfielder, and so it will be interesting to see how he's able to use that formation.
Well, very, very interesting thoughts on the formation of Marin from Ice School. We'll see how Marin actually executes this formation on the field of play as we are heading into that third place matchup between Marin and Big Ups. It just promises to be exciting as well as insightful, because we'll see how these guys react after losing their semi-final matches. But we are underway in our third and fourth place matchup. It's Big Ups going up against Marin. Mind you, Marin still sticking with the France outfit, and Big Ups still moving with that PSG team that has done wonders for him so far, but just didn't work out against OG Drizzy. Has a chance to also win something for his dad going into this one. Kylian Mbappe for Marin. Kante, well intercepted there by Big Ups. This time around, I'm not sure we are going to see that goalless draw we saw in that group stage encounter between these two guys. It's actually a one-off game, and more risks are going to be taken in this one, and I'm sure both of these guys are more poised than they were in that group stage encounter. Koundé now for Marin. Kingsley Coleman. And speaking about Koundé, I'm just so impressed with how these gamers have used him. Actually, the boys who have played with France have used Koundé to perfection. He's not the quickest of the defenders to actually use in that right back spot, but he's played brilliantly so far, and it just tells you that you can tweak your formation a bit and actually play players out of position, and it still will work well for you.
I think the stability he provides at the back there is what they need really in that position that they're playing him in, and that is what has worked for them so far. Stability, the consistency in the passing, and the way he's able to just really influence the build-up play.
And he has actually made the team into all the players that actually use France there, Jules Koundé, and he's played brilliantly for them, as Marin also opted for Jules Koundé in that right back spot. But it is Big Ups now on the attack here. Hakimi. Marquinhos switching play through to Nuno Mendes down the flank. Still trying to build up something here. Very, very dull. 20 minutes gone in our third place. Well, our third and fourth place final matchup here to find out who's actually going home with that consolation prize. Di Maria there trying to thread that through ball into Kylian Mbappe. Onside there, Mbappe, can he finish? Well, tried to time finish, but they just didn't get that right there, Big Ups. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper came up on top that time around. And it seems like Big Ups, every time he tries to use the time finishing, he times it white. White actually means he didn't get the time finishing at all. And it's just a normal shot, but it's actually good to know he's trying it every single time.
Well, I mean, when you look at how his passing has evolved over the course of the tournament, you can understand just how much this means to him, especially seeing that he is able to combine both the true passing and the weighted passing. And although he's not able to get, sometimes he's not able to get the right positioning in the box, he's able to get the passing right, and that has helped him, even though he doesn't get a time finishing right most of the time.
Well, those driven passes have worked wonders for Big Ups up till now. Can he get a goal in this crucial third and fourth place matchup? But it is Marin on the attack now. Kunde for Marin. Kunde with the ball rolled there for Marin, well, trying to thread that pass into Kingsley Coleman, but unsuccessful on that occasion. And giving a chance for Big Ups to, well, play the ball up the field and into the dangerous area of Marin. Di Maria, well, looking for that incisive pass into Kylian Mbappe. Well cut out this time around by Marin. Both the defenses coming out on top for the two guys going head to head. Nkunku for Marin. Searching for some space there, Marin, but well, recycling the ball. And the importance of recycling in FIFA 22 is kind of underrated, because if you rush into attacks without recycling, it just takes the sting out of the game, and you're going to have attacks that are going to be, well, shall I say, forced onto your attackers, and you'll not be able to create a valid chance out of it. And Marin has recycled the ball brilliantly in this tournament, but in these final few moments, you need to do a lot more and attack a lot more to be able to get a goal against Big Ups.
I think his natural style of play allows him to be more patient on the ball and build up really slowly, which allows you to be more and more assertive really on the attacking side. He's done really well being able to be patient with the build-up, but it looks like he's going really rushed into it because it's the third and fourth match of the tournament.
Well, he knows there is a prize at stake, and he can walk away with something. Both of these guys can actually walk away with something, and that is why this game is so heated. Lovely cross there, but Big Ups just couldn't finish on the volley there from Kylian Mbappe from close range. Brilliant save from Hugo Lloris to keep Marin's clean sheet intact. Well, goalless. It's still a goalless game for both of these guys. A replica of the scoreline in that group stage encounter between these two guys. As Christopher Nkunku looking for an extra pass into the box, and wow, what an interception there from Sergio Ramos for Big Ups. That just shows you the importance of having Sergio Ramos in that defensive midfield.
Of course, and I think that they have been able to use him to perfection, whether he's playing, whenever they use him in that position in their matchups.
Well, Big Ups now with a chance to get a shot away. Well, this time around looking for that lofted pass into Neymar Jr. on the other side of attack, and well, possibly the wrong choice, the wrong decision to make in attack for Big Ups, and the chance goes away as Marin comes away with it from defense. Kante into Nkunku. Ben Yedder, well, trying to find the extra pass there. Ben Yedder finding Nkunku into Kylian Mbappe. Another brilliant save from the goalkeeper as Gianluigi Donnarumma also keeps Big Ups in this one. Still goalless as Mbappe with a chance to seal it for Big Ups. And it seems like it's the battle of the goalkeepers at this point.
Of course, and it will be really painful if you lose by a lone goal to nil, because you have done so well to get to this point and to keep it goalless up until this point. It looks like the last attack would be the winning attack.
Well, it seems like it is going to be a lone goal that is going to separate these two guys. They have thrown everything at each other since the group stages, and now here in the third and fourth place matchup. Wow, it's just been stellar defending from both ends, and I'm just enjoying this defensive masterclass from both of these guys. Paul Pogba trying to thread a ball into Ben Yedder. Nkunku wells too slow on the ball, and Big Ups steals it and can create an attack of his own. Sergio Ramos spreads it out wide to Hakimi. Loads of space for Hakimi to work with for Big Ups, and taking his time to find that open pass, but just gives the ball away, and Kylian Mbappe might just be away as Marin has himself on goal. Well, opted to go for the roulette, and Big ups defending so well in these final moments. Still goalless in our third and fourth. Well, in our third and fourth place matchup to find out who's going to go with that consolation prize in the win for that tournament here at the Arena 233. And Big Ups still in possession of the ball in these final moments. Kimpembe switching play to Nuno Mendes. I think this tactic from Big Ups is just to have that final attack and final say of who is actually going to win this game. He doesn't want to allow Marin to have a last attack in. We are seeing Big Ups now try to get that final attack, but Marin has something to say about that as Jules Koundé does the work there for him and prevents Big Ups from getting into the attack. Well, a replica of the scoreline of the same scoreline in the group stages. What do you think is preventing these guys from actually getting a goal? Because in this game, we've seen more chances as compared to the one in the group stages, and just the goalkeepers have been brilliant for them. But what do you think both of these guys can actually do to get a goal on board?
I think being clinical in the final third is very important. You saw some slight hesitation and sort of indecision in the final third on both parts, and the fact that they weren't able to be assertive when they got into the final third and didn't really know what to do. But it looks like going into extra time, it may or may not change. But I am willing to say that because of the freshness of his loss, Big Ups may have a slight edge over Marin.
Well, it has been 180 in-game minutes and still no goals to separate Marin and Big Ups going into extra time to find out who is going to be placed third in the win for that challenge. As Marin in the France outfit, kicking from left to right as extra time begins to find out who gets the consolation prize. Kante now for Marin, finding his midfield counterpart in Paul Pogba. Hernandez, patient build-up as he's done all day long for Marin. Not rushing into anything and trying to find the open man as and when necessary. Varane into Hernandez. And funny thing, the extra time actually passes by so quickly, and it's already about time. It's already about time for the first half of extra time to just end. You just don't realize when time is about to be up, and actually there's only 2 minutes left on the game clock, and Marin has given the ball away poorly to Big Ups. He has to attack quickly to actually give him that final attack, but it seems like these guys are actually losing the sense of awareness to attack. It seems like or is it that they want to go into a penalty shootout to decide?
I honestly cannot tell, but you could see that Marin was going back into his natural style of play of being a possessive gamer. Big Ups, although has been really good on the defensive end, you can see that he rushed on that final attack and wasn't able to really build up properly. However, when you have, when you are not able to dictate the pace as much as you would want to, and you make certain, bad decisions, it's going to cost you, as we saw in that pass that led to the change of possession being given up to PSG by Marin.
Of course, it just led to that change in possession to Big Ups, but he just couldn't capitalize, and we are into the second half of extra time as, well, more than 180 minutes between these two guys, and it's still goalless. And it is the most important time for one of these guys to grab a goal. Pereira, we are seeing now some changes from both of these guys as Danilo Pereira has been introduced by Big Ups into the game. I think the fitness levels of his players have just prompted him to make those changes, and we'll see if Marin is able to react to it. And Kylian Mbappe coming out with the ball. Borrowed there from Mbappe to change that passing lane. Finding N'Golo Kante. Lovely turn there from Kante, and a lovely build-up there from Marin. Can he cap it up with a goal? And once again, the goalkeepers come out on top. This time around, Gianluigi Donnarumma saves Big Ups' blushes as it's still goalless heading into the final 4 minutes of the third and fourth place matchup. As Big Ups and Marin, after almost 120 minutes in their final game, still can't find a goal to separate each other. final minutes now for Marin to get a last attack. Benyeda into Nkunku, well, giving the ball away poorly, and we are heading into the luxury, well, the lottery actually of the penalty shootout. Do you like penalty shootouts?
I don't. I've never really been, since FIFA 16, I've never really been able to figure out the penalty system in FIFA, so I really don't like it.
And straight into the penalty shootout as Marin going down the keeper's left actually and missing. And you see how the posture of these guys really meaning to win it. And Big Up steps up and goes the same direction, but just wide. No one able to convert from the penalty spot. As Paul Pogba now steps up for Marin. Can he convert from 12 yards and be the first scorer from the penalty spot? And also misses. Seems like they are all shooting into the right side, well, direction, and they are not just able to convert. We'll see if Big Up switches it up. Same direction there for Big Up this time. Converts, Kylian Mbappe now for Marin. And Marin going the same way. Is it that the right side of the goalkeeper is weak? That's why they are trying to exploit that side.
I'm not sure what is happening now, but if it's working for you and it's not broken, don't fix it.
Well, don't fix it. It is 1 goal apiece in the penalty shootout. Marin now with Kingsley Coleman, and a very close penalty, but just makes it through, and 2-1 now to Marin. And Big Ups now scores. We are into sudden death. The final penalties. Anyone who wins it from here gets the 3rd place. Marin! Well, straight down the middle. And Gianluigi Donnarumma saves for Big Ups. Can Big Ups get that third place and the win for that tournament? Big Ups is your 3rd place finisher. Beautiful scenes there as Big Ups claims the 3rd place finish in the win for that tournament. And the penalty shootout being a lottery actually makes things sometimes fun and a bit nervy. It was actually getting nervous in those final moments because Marin had a chance to win it all, but it just didn't go well for him in the penalty shootout, and they were all shooting in the right direction.
Well, I mean, it was really, really, really tensious, as we say here in Ghana. But it was really exciting, kept you at the edge of your seat, and we really enjoyed that game, going all the way to penalties and being decided on there.
Well, just imagine how the 3rd and 4th place matchup just went. Brilliant, brilliant gameplay, poised gameplay, and we'll be taking a last break. And after the break, we'll bring you the biggest one of the day. It's the finals. It's the free scoring Chef Jeff against another free scoring player in OG Drizzy, and who is going to be crowned the king of the win the win for that tournament. And we take a quick break. We find out who is crowned champion very, very shortly. all too soon, we've come to the end of another exciting tournament. This time around, it is the win for that tournament, a special occasion for these gamers to actually win something for their dads. And I have two of the finalists, two of the gamers who have the chance to win for their dads. And on my right, I have Chef Jeff, and on my left, Drizzy. And Chef Jeff, taking into account your semi-final match, it was considered to be a tough fixture, but you actually won quite easily. Is it that you were just too good for Marin, or as the boys will say, you did form?
No, you forgot what I told you when I came for the first interview. But I told you it's just a walk on for me. So I'm just going to win so comfortably. And I don't know why Drizzy still wants to play. Maybe he just wants to face me. That's it.
Who made confidence from our first finalist, Chef Jeff, actually? And speaking to Drizzy, your game was actually tougher than it looked, actually, because Big Ups gave you, should I say, a run for your money a bit, but I think when he equalized, the game it sprang into life. But when he equalized like that, what did you have to change to be able to win the game when it was all said and done?
I didn't change anything. I was just playing, like, going with the flow. I'm always on one tactics. I don't change my tactics unless the game is really difficult. But Jeff is not much for me. I'm just going to aim and then shoot. That's all.
Well, a bit of banter already between the two finalists. I take my last question for the two of these guys. It seems like you've played each other before, and I don't want to know the scores right now because it is a new game, it is a new day, and probably the old scores won't matter. But do you think you have everything it takes to win the top? Because it seems like you are so confident, but do you actually honestly believe that you can beat Drizzy?
You actually think I would win. So what about me myself?
Well, interesting choice of answers there from Chef Jeff and Drizzy. It seems like Chef Jeff he's just too confident. Is it that he has your number or he has been beating you? But it seems like he's just too confident. What can you do to shut him up a bit?
He's scared. He's scared, but he just
don't want to show it.
He don't want to admit it.
You can see his fumbling in his voice. So.
Well,
when you're on the hot seat, you are going to feel it. So let's just.
There's no hot seat.
This is just what you want from two of the top two going head to head very, very shortly. We take another break, but when we are back, we are bringing you the biggest game of the day. It's the win for that tournament here at the Arena 233. the wait is over, and the final of the win for that tournament is finally here with us, and Chef Jeff will have his chance against OG Drizzy. As we just saw the two of them going at it verbally, we'll see if they can, well, prove their worth on the virtual pitch. And did you just hear the two of them?
Well, I mean, obviously, words are going to be shared between the two of them. But I'm just looking forward to a very exciting game, seeing the kind of, I wouldn't want to say animosity, but the kind of history they both have. And I just want to see a good game, basically.
And mind you, the same format is going to be used in the final. It's a one-off game, and the first chance of the biggest game falling to OG Drizzy with Paris Saint-Germain, and Messi just couldn't finish from close range. Chance not gone there, Kylian Mbappe with that finesse shot. And Hugo Lloris comes up top. Messi with the crossing. Can Marquinhos win that header? Well done there by Kempembe to just clear the ball there. And the intent from OG Drizzy in this first few minutes just shows you how poised he is. But Chef Jeff can get the first goal of the encounter. Lovely play. Brilliant play to find Paul Pogba at the back post. Well, immediately he made that chip shot. I thought he was going to go for goal, but his intention was to find Paul Pogba, and it was brilliant on the eye.
Of course. I mean, anything to get you the goal, not just getting the goal from your main striker. Anybody at all can get you the goal, and as long as he gets you the goal, you're good to go.
Well, what a tactic by Chef Jeff. It kind of seemed like he baited OG Drizzy to have that first attack and just hit him on the counter. And it's been brilliant so far for Drizzy, as he nearly had a second. Oh my word, he's fired up for the finals. He just didn't talk it up. He's actually walking the talk in these finals, and he's oozing class at the moment, Chef Jeff. Can OG Drizzy respond though? As Di Maria with the ball for Drizzy at the moment. Kylian Mbappe. Well, turning Mbappe, finding Messi, and poor control there from, well, Lionel Messi. Not saying that Lionel Messi has poor control of the ball, but not on that occasion for Messi, as he just gifted the ball to Chef Jeff. And it seems like Chef Jeff is still not happy with his custom tactics, and he's still switching things up a bit. That's the mentality of a champion. Even though you have a goal, you still have things to change, and it might just work even better for you.
I mean, he wants to go for the win without leaving any doubts in the mind of those who are watching on the stream. And so he has to do everything possible to cement that win and leave no room for doubt.
Well, it is indeed leaving no room for doubts in the minds of Chef Jeff. But can OG Drizzy respond? And that threaded through ball into Neymar just couldn't lock onto the target. For OG Drizzy, lovely pass there from Jeff. These passes are what has brought him up to this stage, and he's still sticking with it in these finals. But on that occasion, OG Drizzy and his defense just came out on top. Lovely pass into Wijnaldum. OG Drizzy on the attack this time around. Hakimi working the ball back to Wijnaldum. Lofted pass into Messi. Just looking for the chance to get a shot away. Drizzy still on the ball. Neymar exchanging passes with Wijnaldum there. Neymar. Wijnaldum, can he fire away Wijnaldum? It's still the dribbling there from Wijnaldum, but it seems to be a little bit too much for Drizzy and Chef Jeff. Well, his defense wins on that occasion, and it seems like OG Drizzy is hesitating a bit right now. He's not taking his quick decisions like he is usually doing. But it seems like is it the pressure of the finals getting to OG Drizzy?
I think he's more relaxed now, more calculating, trying to bid his time, get an opening, and take his shot.
Mind you, it is the finals. It is the big one. It is the finals of the win for that challenge, and both of these guys want to win it. The record behind OG Drizzy suggests that he is the man in form, but on the day, it is Chef Jeff who's making all the right decisions so far, and just made another right decision there, but just offside there, Chef Jeff. everything seeming to work for Jeff in this first half as it comes to a close. And how are you going to actually assess this first half? Because it seems like it was one-sided and Drizzy needs to do more to get back into the game.
I mean, Jeff has been clinical in the final third, making sure that his decisions are spot on, leaving no room for any mistakes or any dissuasion. And that has really put him in the front seat right now.
Well, he is looking for that mentality to put him top of the tree. But Drizzy might just have something to say about that. Drizzy on the attack now, Wijnaldum into Di Maria. The ball finding Ramos. Quick passing there from Drizzy to catch, well, probably catch Chef Jeff off guard. And he finds his way into those dangerous areas. Kylian Mbappe for Drizzy. It's a Neymar. Can he get a shot away? Crucial. An all-important block there from Kimpembe prevents Drizzy from getting a very, very well sought-after equalizer. Chef Jeff still has his clean sheet intact. It's still a 0-0 in our finals of the win for that challenge. And Drizzy doing everything in his power to create more chances to get back into the game. Kimpembe for Drizzy. Wijnaldum finding Mendes on the left flank. Neymar back to Di Maria. A bit more patient now from Drizzy as he works the ball sideways. Di Maria, can he throw the ball into Kylian Mbappe? Well done there, Varane. The height of Varane working to perfection for Chef Jeff in these finals. Chef Jeff looking to switch play, finding Coleman there. And that skill move just gave the ball away poorly there to Drizzy. And can he punish him? Can Drizzy punish Chef Jeff here? The cut back there! And Kylian Mbappe finishing beautifully. And the cutback, and I just love the intention from Drizzy. Once he drifted into those wide areas, you knew the cutback was coming, but you just can't do anything about it.
Of course. And although he was in the lead, you could feel the pressure mounting on Chef Jeff, and he just succumbed to it.
And the pressure that Drizzy has mounted on Chef Jeff in the second final of the finals has been immense. And Chef Jeff will need to do a bit more to be able to contain that pressure.
Of course, you need to remember that in his very first match, this is how he started. He was on the back foot from the very beginning, but once he equalized, he kept piling the pressure and was able to come out tops.
And same motives for Drizzy in these finals as well, as he has equalized and is level pegging in the finals, just as we expected. Two of the top gamers here today going head to head, and a chance for Drizzy. A lovely play there from Drizzy, as that cross finding Neymar, and the extra pass, the all-important extra pass finding Wijnaldum, shooting into, well, probably an empty net, but what a lovely goal. And if it's the goal that is going to seal the deal, I'm just proud of the goal, and well, kudos to Drizzy for working out that wonderful goal.
I mean, at this point, it's his to lose. Once he gets the ball, it's just time for management of the game. Unless, of course, he wants to go the extra mile to prove just how wicked he is and add an extra goal.
And Chef Jeff trying desperately to get another attack, but gives the ball away poorly to Drizzy. And the countdown is on now for Drizzy. Drizzy, can he get another goal to seal it? Kylian Mbappe looking for the cutback there. And Hernandez in the way of Drizzy sealing the win and being crowned victor here today, as Chef Jeff has a final chance to cook. But Drizzy has been brilliant. And time is running out now for Jeff. Varane has to hoist it upfield in these final moments. Coleman, it's a last-minute attack now for Jeff. Can he get a final attack? Griezmann lofting the ball into Ben Yedder, and that is it. It is all said and done, as the frustrations come out from Chef Jeff, because he knows it is all said and done. A bit of chit-chat from the boys, and it is all over now. as we can now confidently crown our champion OG Drizzy. And what a brilliant display. What a brilliant
I mean,
display.
you can see the part that OG Drizzy was giving to Chef Jeff is just what a father would do to his son. And he has just proven right now that he has won it for his dad. But indeed, Chef Jeff is his son and he is his father. And I called it from the beginning and he has delivered.
Wow.
Big ups to OG Drizzy and kudos to Chef Jeff.
Brilliant display. And I'm proud to call these two top gamers the best here today. But at the end of the day, it is OG Drizzy who has won the ultimate prize and the win for that tournament. And throughout his whole journey here today, he's been the best in his group. He topped the group and winning emphatically in those semi-finals, and that's so again in the finals as OG Drizzy wears the crown of champion in this win for that tournament. But not to take anything away from Chef Jeff, I think he actually played well in these finals, but it looks like OG Drizzy just turned it up a notch in the second final, and the pressure was too much for Chef Jeff to handle.
Yeah, and I mean, even in the very first match, you could see that he had a very slow start to the game, but picked up as the game progressed. And once he got the goal, he just kept piling the pressure on his opponent and got the win.
The all-important win for OG Drizzy in the all-important game, which crowns him the champion of the win for that tournament. Oh, I just enjoyed these finals so much. And when you actually witness a final that deserves to be called a final, you just enjoy it so much because you've worked your way throughout the whole tournament and you witness a final that is befitting to be called a final. So congrats to both of these guys. They deserve to be here, and well done to OG Drizzy on becoming champion of the first edition of the win for that tournament here at the Arena 233. We'd like to thank our sponsors once again, Esports Africa News, GGC Esports Africa Tournament, and Arena 233 for this lovely space. It has been a brilliant display from all the gamers coming from all the walks of life to come here and showcase their talents to be able to win something for their dad. But at the end of the day, it is OG Drizzy who walks away with the ultimate prize. The presentations of the prizes will be coming very soon, but in the meantime, I just want Ice Coach to just summarize how the tournament has gone so far.
I mean, OG Drizzy has been on top form. Again, I did mention that having won a tournament already, it gives him the upper hand getting into the final or getting into this competition in general. And once he made it to the final, it was just his to lose. We had a bit of a scare with the way things progressed in the first half of the final, but he was able to come back and really just set things in perspective and play like the champion we know him to be and win and really just cement his name as one of the top gamers in Ghana currently.
And he is indeed one of the top gamers in the country at the moment, and he deserves all the praise and all the accolades. Kudos to OG Drizzy. And winning back-to-back tournaments, I must tell you, isn't easy, but he's done that very well. And the presentations will come out very shortly. But what a day for OG Drizzy. He came against some tough players, and I quite remember his game against Max Steve, where Max Steve broke down his defense so many times, and it kind of left doubts in our mind if OG Drizzy still had it in him to win the finals. But he's proved all of us wrong, and he has won the tournament. What resilience from OG Drizzy to come from such, I think, a derailing game, even though he won. But it's just so impressive to see a gamer have that kind of mentality, and that is why we keep saying that gaming also is also about the mind, and this guy's mentality is top notch.
I mean, it just goes to prove the kind of gamer that Max Steve is. He's a brilliant gamer. It's just that today was not his day. Being able to break down the defense of the person who eventually won should really be testament to your skill level and being able to, I mean, it wasn't his day really. It was OG's day. But then it just goes to speak about his skill level in coming into this competition. And I'm looking forward to seeing him more in subsequent competitions and seeing him deliver.
Well, that is the message from my school to Max Steve. We are hoping to see you in more tournaments to come. But it is the day for OG Drizzy, as many touted him to be the favorite to carry out or to carry the day, and he has won in the final game, the all-important game, which crowns him the champion of the play for that, the win for that actual tournament. And it's just so nice to see that a favorite actually carries the day. Sometimes there's too much pressure put on the favorite and he actually fumbles a bit, but there was no signs of weakness in his game, only that game against Max Steve. But since then he's not looked back, and it's constant attacking, and I just like how he turned it up a notch in these finals. Because in the first half he was very, very slow, and it seemed like Chef Jeff was cooking and he had his number. But just the moment when Chef Jeff called OG Drizzy, he hung up, and in the second half he went into beast mode.
Of course. And when you take a look at how he started the tournament, I think he started the finals the same way, very slow, trying to assess his opponent. Even though they have played countless times, he was just trying to see just how much of an improvement his opponent had made. But it looked like he had enough, or he had seen enough, and decided to just show him what he was made of.
Well, he is made of steel actually, and what a brilliant display in the final game. The resilience to actually complete a comeback in a final. It takes a lot to go a goal down, equalize and score again to win a final. Not just any game, let alone the final. And as the highlights are being shown on screen, it just shows you the composure from OG Drizzy. Just look at that lovely goal there, Neymar, the cut back into Kylian Mbappe. If it was other gamers, they would have taken an extra touch with Kylian Mbappe, and that might have just given the defenders chance to probably block the shot. But the mentality from OG Drizzy in these finals were brilliant. And we'll take our final break in the win for that tournament. And when we are back, we are presenting the prizes to our champions. Stick and stay with us. We'll be back with our champions and their prizes. has been an exciting day in the win for that tournament here at the Arena 233. But fortunately, all good things must come to an end, and we are here to present the awards for the top 3 gamers in the win for that tournament, and I'm proud to have casted over this one. So I'd like to invite our first presenter of the award, in Prince Jefferson of Esports Africa Tournament, to present the award to Big Ups of Play Province to come upstage and receive his award. He's played brilliantly so far during the whole tournament. He's done so well, and in that 3rd and 4th game actually had to go to penalties to be able to claim his prize. But a very well deserved prize of a 3rd place finish for Big Ups as he receives his reward. Well done, Big Ups, and better luck next time in trying to make the top 3. And as we are done with presenting the award for our 3rd place finish in Big Ups, we now head over to the 2nd place finish in Mr. Mo from Arena 233 as well, to present the prize to Chef Jeff, who had done so well, come all the way to the final, just came up short in the final to OG Drizzy, but deserves to be crowned as the 2nd place in the win for that tournament. And he's done so well, OG Drizzy. You can now receive your prize. And thank you very much for coming. You've done so well. And now to the ultimate champion. The ultimate champion. The top of the creme de la creme. The one who, the last man standing actually. The one who's going to claim it all. The winner of the ultimate prize. And he's in no other person than OG Drizzy. And we have Mosaic to present his award. And we welcome Mosaic to present his award, who's done brilliantly so far in this tournament. Well done to OG Drizzy. Won so many of his games here today and deserves to be crowned champion. And all too soon our tournament comes to an end, but it is not goodbye from us forever. It's just goodbye for now. And until you see us on your screens next time, it is goodbye for now. I was your host, Limo, and it was an honor casting over this tournament.
Few Bruce Crews, 2 screws loose. They like cratchy, why no catty. Who do you think you are? Your phone all be smart, Google dude, me at your ex and your boo-boo too. Charlie, let's face it, most of these new rappers, they know they say they basic.
Yeah, Kojo, Charlie, where the boys dey?
Few Bruce Crews, 2 screws loose. They like cratchy, why no catty. Who do you think you are? Your phone all be smart, Google dude, me at your ex and your boo-boo too. Charlie, let's face it, most of these new rappers, they know they say they basic.